How are you feeling? How long have you been here?
3 months, May 17th.
And what brought you?
That's difficult to answer.
I'm not clear. How is it that playing the piano for people has eventually resulted in your being here in the hospital?
That's difficult to answer.
this the end? There's a noise inside my head of crying people facing death. Is this the end? Is this the end? Oh, I'm burning in the dystopia. There's no place to hide. I'm burning in the dystopia. What have we done to the world? What have we done to the world? I'm burning in the dystopia. There's no place to hide. I'm burning in the dystopia. This is the final
James Lindsay is obsessed with lying to his audience. What crazy things can he get them to believe? He does it irresponsibly to pocket all that money from the mills for liberty. The left hates capitalism, but James won't admit it. He refuses to believe queer theory destabilizes normativity, gender binary, and the nuclear family. James blocks the truth, smears people who try to show him, creates an echo chamber for himself to reinforce his fantasy. He used to believe in something, what happened? Mills for liberty. Gnostic sex cult, building his own world. A Gnostic sex cult, unhinged from reality, totally lost in what can we do but mock him relentlessly. It's not a Gnostic sex cult, James. No, it's not. Stop lying to your audience. No, it's not. It's not Gnostic change. Mary Nardini tells us queer liberation means the annihilation of capitalism. Catch up, James. Whiteness means capitalism. Queer theory hates capitalism. Whiteness means capitalism. Queer theory hates capitalism. Whiteness means capitalism. It's all about capitalism. Everyone knows it's capitalism. The socialist always capitalism. Wake up, James. It's capitalism. Whoa. The socialist always capitalism. Wake up, James. It's capitalism. It's all about capitalism. Everyone knows it's capitalism. The socialists know it's capitalism. Wake up, James. It's capitalism. It's capitalism. To pocket all that money from the mills for liberty. only a family. But James blocks the truth, smears people who try to show him, creates an echo chamber for himself to reinforce his fantasy. To believe in something, what happens for liberty? Gnostic sects called filling his own world. Gnostic sects called unhinged from reality. It's totally lost it. What can we do but mock him relentlessly?
What up, guys? What up, what up, what up? Happy Tuesday. How's it going? We are still on the backup mic today, okay? So I'm still figuring out this microphone. I think I'm actually supposed to be facing it like this, but I can't face it like this because my arm doesn't... Okay, so we're working out the microphone issue. For people who don't know, my main microphone, my nice microphone, it has stopped working for some reason. I can't figure out why. This is the backup microphone. I haven't had time to deal with this. Everyone is just going to have to manage. All right, we have sound. You guys can hear me. That's all that matters. But I know the sound on the stream yesterday wasn't like perfect, and the sound on today's stream is probably not going to be perfect either, and everyone's just going to have to deal with it. Because I am so effing busy. Yeah, people are already complaining on Rumble. Guess what? I can't fix the fucking microphone right now. Everyone's gonna have to fucking deal. The crackling is not me. The crackling is StreamYard. I keep telling you guys this. The crackling is not me. The crackling... Okay, we're gonna have a whole... stream. How is that? Oh... Is that any better? Can you guys hear now? See, nothing's working now. Can you guys hear me? Can you guys hear me? Can you guys hear me? Can you 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 hear me? Okay, but I can't see. People are trying to see when there are microphone issues. People try to be helpful. And they try to say things like, Karlyn, when you were sitting like this and not staring into the camera, you sounded really good. I can't position the microphone like that right now. Do you see? It doesn't fucking move. Do you see? It does. I understand you're trying to be helpful, but it's not fucking helpful. We don't have to do the stream today if people want to complain about the sound. So we don't have to do the stream today if people are going to complain about the sound. The mic issue is what it is. Does anyone want to donate like $500 for me to get a new nice microphone? How about we do this? If you guys want me to buy a new nice microphone to replace the nice microphone that is currently sitting on my floor, you are welcome to send in a super chat. If you don't know, it's not. No. Okay. I'm going to cancel the stream if people keep doing this. You have no fucking clue what you're fucking talking about. I'm not asking for your advice. Are we canceling the stream or are we doing the stream? Oh, I am? I am, huh? So I may as well just cancel the stream then, huh? I may as well cancel the stream. Are we complaining still? Everyone's clear. Okay. All right. Well, welcome to the stream that is gonna have whatever, and I don't want to hear any complaining about the fucking technical issues. I just don't want to fucking hear it. You want to know why I don't want to fucking hear it? Because I don't have time to fix the mic situation right now, guys. I don't have fucking time. I'm going constantly from the moment I wake up until the moment I go to sleep with other shit that is far more important than my microphone. Okay? Cool. All right. Is there still popping and echoing? I need clear answers. I'm asking you a very specific, because again, the audio sounds fine to me. The audio problem is not on the microphone. The audio problem is in StreamYard. I can't do shit about it. So I'm trying to get an assessment of where the situation is right now. It's not, okay, the popping stopped. Okay, hey, look at that. We can continue. Well, they're still popping? Okay, well, people are just going to have to deal with the popping. You're just going to have to deal. Okay. All right. Cool. I will try to get the mic issue fixed. I will try to do the best I can, but again, I am really busy, so everyone's going to have to be patient. We've got a lot to cover today. So yesterday on the stream, let me find my thing. If you missed yesterday's stream, yeah, I have one. It's sitting on my floor. It doesn't work. Like, people think they're trying to be helpful when they give me technical advice, and I'm just like, why are you giving me technical advice when you literally have no idea what my setup is? You have no idea what's going on. You have no idea what I've tried. You have no idea what I haven't tried. Anyway, yesterday on stream, if my StreamYard wants to work, because now everything likes to break at the same fucking time. Oh, good. The StreamYard's totally shutting down. Oh, this is great. This is awesome. Great. StreamYard's not working now either. How did I know that was going to happen when there were mic issues in StreamYard? How did I know that was about to happen? Okay, guys, here's the deal. I need to reload my StreamYard real quick because StreamYard has just completely effing frozen. So I'm going to disappear for a second. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. I am back. Okay. All right. Thank you, average person, for the first super chat of the day. Complaining will cost you our tax-free super chat. Yeah, exactly. If you want to complain, you send me money. That is the only acceptable form of complaining that happens. If you want to complain, you send me a super chat, and then you can complain, and I'll probably still tell you to fuck off, but like, that is how complaints are filed on this show. You send me money, and that is the way it goes. Yeah, so Ray, actually, let's actually do this first. Let's do this first. Because I was notified. This is the only off-topic thing I have to talk about. I was notified by, see, now the sound is perfect, right? Do you know why the sound is perfect? Because I reloaded StreamYard, because it's not my microphone, it's StreamYard. I keep telling people keep doubting me like, Karlyn, fix your fucking microphone. I'm like, it's not fucking me, it's StreamYard. StreamYard needs to fix their shit. All I did was reload StreamYard. See? It's not my fault. God. I do say fuck off a whole lot nicer when people pay me. That's true. That's true. Blame StreamYard for all technical difficulties, all right? We're working it out, okay? Now, I have a question. Because Ray, who is causing trouble, he's over on Rumble right now, but he's trying to cause trouble. Ray has alerted me that the Quartering was talking shit about me. Does anyone know anything about this? Hey, you don't tell my mods what to do. I tell my mods what to do. Thank you for the money. But no, you don't give instructions to my mods. I give instructions to my mods. Thank you. This is a hierarchy. I'm at the top of the hierarchy. I appreciate it, though. I appreciate what you're trying to do. Thank you for the money. But all instructions will come from me, okay? Does anyone know what the fuck is going on with the Quartering? Did he actually talk shit about me today? What did that fat retard say about me? I have no idea. I truly don't. Jeremy from the Quartering is like, do you guys remember like a year ago when we tried to watch Jeremy from the Quartering talk about DEI? Maybe it was longer than that. I don't even remember. I have a vague recollection of like about a year and a half ago where the Quartering was covering something related to DEI, and we decided to watch that stream, and it was one of the most stupid analyses of DEI that I had ever seen in my life. Hey, thank you for becoming a member of the channel. Welcome, welcome, welcome. So if anyone knows what he was saying, Ray on Rumble says it was around the minute 30 mark, and he said you're batshit crazy and you attacked his friends. Wait, the minute 30 mark on what, Ray? Hang on. The minute 30 mark on what? I don't even know what the Quartering is posting for content. Do you have a link, Ray? Yeah, when the Quartering tried to analyze DEI, he sounded like a massive fucking retard. Yeah, I honestly didn't, I have not thought about the Quartering in like forever. Is it on a live stream on his Rumble stream? Hang on. Let's see what he said. And then we'll get into the good stuff. I've got important shit to cover today. Make no mistake about it, but we can take a minute here. Hang on. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. Hang on. Damn it. That was not what I wanted to do. The Quartering. Ray better not be lying. Why does anyone listen to this guy? Okay, 3 hours ago, so it's going to be this one. Hang on, let me make sure I share the sound on this. We're all going to find out what shit this fat retard was talking about me together. And then we're gonna get down to business, and we're gonna talk about queer ultraviolence and stuff like that. And it's gonna be a really dystopian episode, but you guys have to allow me to go down this road for a second because I want to know what this fat asshole was saying. Okay, an hour 30. You said it was around. Okay, play. Hour 30.
Ideology. But then, like, how am I going to get out of here? Didn't think about it, which again, to me, speaks to like felt justified in what he was doing.
Someone said in the chat, which is probably a fair point, he was aiming center mass and missed. He just missed to a catastrophic success.
He did.
That's probably
that's
true.
Exactly I believe that. Yep.
He was probably just. I don't think an amateur aims for a headshot. Like
he didn't.
That's
even,
probably
yeah,
a fair point.
He missed he
missed
technically
by like
missed the shot that he was going for, and it
well,
just.
And how hard is it to like? I obviously don't know the campus at all, but like Charlie was under a tent. I mean, I feel like it would be a difficult shot to get at a distance.
Someone sent a rant about me.
Having shotgun scope.
Jeremy's
and not having any red AR.
I'm just looking for the rant.
Show, Jeremy, that jerk was trying to show off to his trans lover. Yep.
Does it come up on the
Master
screen?
It says Jeremy 12 says Hillary, Joe, and Justin watered a movement motivated by their greed. Was trying to show off to his trans lover. Yep.
Ray, does the rant come up on the screen, or is he just reading off the back end?
Yep.
I want to know what he said.
Public and what's a hunting shot? And
got his money from
right from 200. That's significant. But yeah, that's probably true. Like, must be nice having shotgun scope money. Holy shit, chat's really triggered about that. I was like 15 borrowing my
What
uncle's
is
gun,
this?
and they were probably worried about me being a terrible shot. All right.
No, Jeremy's rich, and you know where he got his money from.
Right, the Jews. Yeah,
Oh.
yeah, it was probably just aim center mass, and yeah, scopes are just cool in your kit. Yeah, my shotgun now does not have any. Actually, it does have a red dot on it, but it's not my hunting shotgun does not have any optics.
When
on
does
it.
he talk about me
He
though?
didn't even miss a moment to flex. Now he doesn't even need a scope.
Yeah, but Jeremy didn't say it was a Walmart Tasco.
Oh, he's
What's
just reading.
Oh, are those the red dot? Or are you talking about Walmart Tasco scope? A $2,000 scope is not unreasonable. I mean, I only have optics on a few of my weapons. Like I have an AR-10 with an optic that was close to $2,000. Thank you, BB. And then I have an optic on like my 22, but that was like $300.
Yeah, I
so
can't
don't know.
control that Ray gave me a bad timestamp.
Unless it's a slug, it went to anyway. Well, it was a slug.
Why am I
Yeah.
frozen again?
K.
Why?
George says the transformation of both Nick Fuentes and Jeremy following Charlie Suss have elevated them both to my primary daily show. I don't know. Jerk was trying to show off proven. I have YouTube.
It wasn't
Everything.
I'm
Yeah.
going. We
Yeah.
were just getting like tons of.
Where is
funeral and
it?
arrest 33 hours after
Why am I
Masonic
frozen
side.
again?
Yeah, I've seen all that.
Why the fuck am I frozen again? Oh my god. StreamYard is having one hell of a day. Hang on. I'm still trying to find where he talked about me.
Of or a way to influence our, trans devotees and potential leftist radicals in America. Like, I do want to know that. Let me know immediately how they are pulling that one off. I just don't totally follow the connection.
Yeah. People are saying Destiny was banned on Twitch. He's already been banned on Twitch. That's a troll. He streams
Ray
on
says
YouTube
it's coming
and
up,
Kick. He does
so
not stream on Twitch.
we'll see.
Wow, you know everything about him. You're so obsessed.
I know, yeah. Well, somebody said in the super chat, Destiny was just banned on Twitch, but he's been banned from Twitch for years.
Why is Twitch not banning Hassan? That's what I want to know.
Because they agree with him.
Yeah.
Talk
that's
about
the real
me.
answer.
Get to the important part. Come on.
Origami says Shapiro was just on the Charlie Kirk show. He sat in Charlie's chair.
Shut up.
It's not good.
Someone in chat said he didn't.
Radicals connected to the communist infiltration. No, that woman is
Oh, here it is.
Yeah, that
Everyone
would
pay
be.
attention.
If that's true, that's not good.
Someone in chat said he didn't sit in his chair.
Oh,
Okay, that seems.
Yeah, he did
more-
not. Chat is saying he didn't sit in his chair.
Okay. Jeremy talked to Karlyn Borysenko. We find out that the trans radical is connected to the communist infiltration. No, that woman is actually insane. And has attacked many of my friends over the years in a thirsty hunger for clout. So I really don't give a fuck what she has to say. But Data Republican's done a good job.
Oh my god, Data
Extraordinary
Republican.
claims require extraordinary evidence.
My god. Guys, Data Republican is a conservative GOP grifter shill who I have debunked on like multiple occasions. Data Republican has blatantly lied to their audience on more than one occasion. What they say doesn't match up the primary source evidence at all. So of course, the fat retard from the quartering is saying, hey guys, I think Data Republican is really great because I'm a retard that doesn't understand the left at all, but they get lots of retweets on Twitter. And they're very nice to me and my friends. I bet they're nice because the same fucking people are paying you, you fat fucking retard. Do you want to know? Do you want to know how this idiot is just like a narrative shill for the masses? Hey guys, data Republicans really, really great, even though there's no primary source evidence, and all that bitch does is bad AI analysis on an untrained AI that doesn't match up to the primary source evidence, but they're great. They speak the Republican talking points and the things the GOP want you to say. They are amazing. Doesn't match up with the primary source evidence from the real world at all in any way. But, you know, who really cares about that? Because we're all getting paid by the same people and lifted up by the same people. Isn't that right, Jeremy? Isn't that right? That bitch is totally insane. Just because she shows you direct receipts from the left, don't believe her, guys. This is the brain trust that has informed the right about the left for years. And if you want to know why the right is completely misinformed about who the left is and what the left does, it's because they listen to retarded people. I I don't have words. Yeah, but as long as you buy his coffee. Exactly. Yeah, isn't it funny? Isn't it funny that Jeremy Fat Fuck from the Quartering isn't capable of intellectually arguing any of my points at all? Isn't it funny that Jeremy Fat Fuck from the Quartering is not capable of debunking any single thing that I say? Isn't it interesting that they never, ever, 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 ever call me a liar? All they say is, that bitch is crazy. She's mentally ill. She was really mean to my friends. Well, you know what I think is really mean, Jeremy? I think it's really mean of you to call me insane on a live stream to people when you've literally never even spoken to me and have never looked at my work. So you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. But that's all right, bro. You appeal to the retards of the internet. You know what? Listen, low IQ people need content creators as well. You know, every once in a while, we accidentally get some low IQ people on my channel. Like, they wander in here. They don't really know where they are. And you know what? Listen, I feel sorry for low IQ people. It must really suck to be that fucking stupid. And low IQ people need someplace to go. They can't stay here. They're just going to cause problems if they're here. They're going to whine and complain and kick and scream. And we can't really teach them anything because they're not smart enough to understand. And so we have to send them somewhere. And when the low IQ people come on my channel, do you know where we send them? We send them right over to the fucking Quartering. We send them over to the Quartering. Because that's the type of content that they're capable of comprehending. And you know what? Enjoy them, Jeremy. Listen, there are a lot more stupid people on the internet than there are smart people on the internet. I am very blessed to have a high IQ audience. And I'm going to stick over here and continue to show my insane primary source evidence. Yeah, we send them over to Tim Pool quite often. Yes, we do. We send them over to Timmy Tim. We send them over to Fox News. We send them over to Steven Crowder actually does a better job than most, if I'm being honest about it. But they can go over to him too. You know, him calling me a fucking clout chaser when I've done my best not to chase clout. Okay, whatever. Well, that was a nice intro to the show. Complete with technical difficulties and the Quartering being a retard. Found you 3 days ago. I'm already hooked. Hey, thanks, JC. Listen, I also want to give a shout out to BT. BT, who I gave a good dressing down to yesterday. He came back. You know what I love, BT? I love it when I give people a good dressing down and they still come back. I love it. That's how I know you're serious. That's how I know you want to learn. Yo, they took down that video. Now, what Master Shake is talking about here is, now that we're done with retarded Quartering shit, let me show you something important. So earlier today, I posted a video on Twitter, and I posted it on YouTube as well. It's going to be going up on the Substack as well, of the person that runs the armed queers group in Salt Lake City. Apparently, that person was radicalized in high school. Who would have thunk it? Who would have thunk it that the trans person who transitioned when they were 14 years old, actually, let's just listen to it. Why don't we just listen to it? So this is a clip of the person who runs the Salt Lake City Armed Queers chapter. This is the group that the Charlie Kirk assassin was a part of. And let's just listen to this person talk about how they were radicalized to leftism in high school.
And last but not least, we have Ermia. Ermia And you'll have to help me on your last name there. I should have asked
Fanayan.
Fanayan. Is a trans liberation and feminist political organizer whose work has included organizing around the abortion struggle, working with the ACLU to secure the rights of trans youth in the education system, organizing to criminalize conversion therapy in the state of Utah, working on electoral campaigns, and creating research studying the conditions of gender-oppressed people at the hands of state institutions.
I began transitioning in 2014 when I was about 14 years old. 14 to 15 years old. I was working as an intern at the Utah Pride Center at the time. And I was also going to school at Salt Lake School for the Performing Arts. Well, you know, I was lucky in a regard that I got to intern at the Pride Center, so there was not much conversation there. And so I was lucky in that regard. But my school environment is really where the struggle began, because in the era of 2014 and 2015 is when, you know, trans students began to be politicized in schools, and still to this day, trans students are being politicized in schools. But back then is kind of when it first started. And so for me, when I decided to come out, it was not so much, okay, how do I tell school administration? And how do we handle this together? But instead, it was more so me organizing my radical trans friends, all of whom were also nervous about certain decisions that were about to come out nationally and in our state. And I started to organize them and say, look, let's do something about this. You know, this is a question that's going to be coming, you know, to the desk of our school administrators very soon. So let's do something about it. And so I organized my trans friends, which we ended up becoming, you know, a trans youth collective for a couple of years. And we organized around the issue where we, instead of, you know, asking the management and asking our school administrators, we instead demanded, and we told them why it was so important for them to stand in solidarity with trans students rather than the continuous attacks that were happening against us. And that shaped the rest of our school experience for the years that we were there, the 3 years that we were there. It really shaped it because they began to understand, you know, the importance of standing in solidarity with trans young people. They began to understand the importance of, you know, normalizing educational spaces for trans young people, and how, you know, these fear-mongering lies about us were not true. And that was because of the organizing work that we had done collectively. It was a collective effort rather than me kind of going in myself. And so I was lucky in that regard, because the first time that I came out as trans was also the first time I began to organize in the trans struggle. And so it allowed me to see, you know, what the trans struggle is capable of. It allowed me to see, you know, what solidarity with the trans struggle looks like. It allowed me to see, you know, it's a possibility for us to achieve things if we kind of put our collective efforts into it and take action, rather than kind of waiting for a few at the top to take action. And so it's so very important for us to organize in the trans struggle. You know, it was important when I was in high school, which was not that long ago. It was only 5 to 6 years ago. But it's still to this day very important for us to organize. Because we need to organize to better trans people's conditions in the work environment. We need to organize in order to better trans people's conditions in the educational system. It's not an individual effort. It's very much our collective struggle that's kind of going to get us there.
So Master Shake is the person who sent me that. So everyone give a hand to Master Shake, because I have the best community. My community, we proactively just go and listen to really boring presentations just to find stuff like that. Everyone give Master Shake a round of applause for finding us that clip. But you know what's funny? Apparently, since I put that clip on Twitter this morning, the organization where we got that clip from has taken that video off YouTube. Isn't that funny? Isn't that funny? But guess what? I already downloaded the full presentation, fuckers. I have it on my computer right now. So too bad, so sad, Utah LGBTQ. I have literally the whole presentation on my desktop. I have a backup. You can take it down. You can run, but you can't hide. I'm going to upload the whole fucking presentation to my other YouTube channel, and we're going to archive that. You can't get away with this shit. So thank you, Master Shake, for alerting me to that clip this morning. And so we download everything, guys. Every single time we find one of these crazy videos, and this is a good rule of thumb for people, there is so much leftist content on the internet. Like, it will blow your mind. All these videos on all these small little YouTube channels that no one thinks to look at, that seem really boring. We find so much stuff. And I don't know why it is, but the minute that we put this stuff out there on Twitter or on YouTube, people, start deleting stuff off the YouTube channels. So make it a habit. Always download a backup copy, get it onto your desktop. You can upload it to a different site or something like that. But never, ever, 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 ever let these people hide. Never. Always keep a record of what they do. Because if we don't keep a record of it, if we don't archive this stuff, if we don't make sure we got a backup, then they win and we lose. We are the keepers of history. That is part of what we're doing in my community. We are archiving this content. We are making sure that this content is going to survive so that 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, 50 years, 100 years from now, when people look back at this time period, there will be an archive of this time period, unless they destroy everything on the internet, which they might. But that is part of what we're doing here. So shout out Master Shake. We got that clip. Ain't nothing they can do about it. All right, all right. Well, guys, that is a good long intro, but why don't we get into the topic of the show today? Now, yesterday, I did a whole class about queer Marxism. And I haven't, so obviously you can find yesterday's stream on the channel. I'm actually really proud of the class that I gave yesterday, if I'm being honest about it. I thought it was a really good kind of introduction to queer Marxism, the history of it, the development of it, all that stuff. I don't know why my computer is going so insane right now, but you guys are just going to have to deal with it, whatever. So I gave this class yesterday about queer Marxism. And I told you guys we were going to continue today talking about other aspects related to Be Gay, Do Crime, the Bashback movement, all of that stuff. If you and you can still watch today even if you missed yesterday, so don't worry about it. But I do want to encourage everyone. I will put the full class on my Substack. It's already pinned to the top of my Twitter, so if you're looking for the full class, you can actually find it on my Twitter, pinned right to the top. Please make sure to share that with people. You already shared it on Facebook. That's awesome. I think I also got another super chat. Hang on, I already saw that one. Hey, AK182, thank you for all your hard work. Do you know when your queer Marxist book will come out? Do I know when my queer Marxism book will come out? Well, I am hopeful that within the next month or so, I'll be done. I'm hopeful. I'm not guaranteeing it. That's kind of, I've been working on it. It's a really complicated book to write. But I'm hopeful within the next month or so. And obviously once I finish the book, it'll come out pretty soon after that. So I do appreciate that. Also had this member chat from Tolkien fan. Thank you for being a member of the channel for 21 months. Because of you, I can't take any conservative influencers seriously anymore. People like the Quartering have lost all credibility to me. Hey, I appreciate that. Ain't that the truth? Ain't that the truth? So go and take the queer Marxism class. That'll be pretty great. But we're continuing now. We are continuing down the rabbit hole. Now, I talked about this briefly yesterday. So, in the evolution of queer Marxism, one of the most important time periods that I study is basically the period of the 2000s. Because the 2000s is when militant, violent, queer activism really started emerging. That's not to say it wasn't around before that. It was around before that, but this is an evolution and it kept getting worse and worse and worse. And the 2000s is when things really started popping off. And the reason that things started popping off in the 2000s is because of the Bashback movement. We're going to talk more about that in a second. Wise warriors will learn from their enemies. This is why it's important to pay attention. Hey, that's how I feel, BT. That's how I feel too. So this is a book. I actually just saw a print copy of this book at the New York Anarchist Book Fair that I was undercover at over the weekend. For people who don't know, I was in New York City over the weekend and I went undercover at the New York Anarchist Book Fair. And I actually saw a print copy of this book. Now, why is that significant? This book is out of print. this book is only printed by far left queer publishers. This book there was only like 5 print copies left, and they happened to have one at this event. And I was so close to buying it. And then I just didn't have time to go back and negotiate with them. But the reason I bring this up about, I just saw this at the New York Anarchist Book Fair. One of the reasons I go to events and collect zines at those events. So, okay, let me back up. One of the ways that we know what the left is doing is because the left publishes a fuck ton of, this is just the zines I have sitting on my desk. The left publishes a fuck ton of zines. Zines are Z-I-N-E-S. Zines are how the left teaches each other how to do things. Like, for example, if you want to occupy a building, there is a zine that will teach you how to occupy a building. If you want to get into a fight with ICE, there are zines that will tell you how to get in a fight with ICE. If you want to start an encampment on your college campus, there are zines that will teach you how to do that. If you want to prepare to go to a demonstration, there are zines that will teach you how to do that. There are zines that cover everything. There are zines on every possible topic. If you want to sabotage your workplace, there's a zine that will tell you how to do that. Anyway, one of the things that we do on this channel, and one of the things we're working on, is creating a zine archive, a massive library of their propaganda that is categorized by year and all that stuff. And this is how we can see the development of the far left, and this is how we know what they care about. The zines are critical to all of this. I have a little sticker of that book cover from the Elliott Back Book Company. Yeah, isn't that funny? Isn't that funny? So one of the reasons, so zines are a weird thing, right? Because there are millions of these things. There are millions of zines. So how do we know which zines are influential? How do we know which zines, of all the zines that are created on the internet, how do we know which ones are actually driving the ideas of the far left? Well, that's why I go to events in person. Because if I go to an anarchist book fair in person, I'm going to walk into an event and I'm going to see a full table of free zines that they're just giving out. These zines that I have in my hand right now, these aren't the ones I got in New York. The ones I got in New York are in the other room. I got a massive pile of zines in New York. The zines that I'm holding in my hand right now, I got these zines from Antifa in Boston in June. So my husband and I went to Boston in June. I was covering the Boston Pride Parade. The night before the Boston Pride Parade, we were like literally just walking around downtown Boston looking for a place to go to dinner. And we ran into a queer Marxist event. And I wasn't even in a disguise or anything. And at that queer Marxist event, Antifa had a table at the queer Marxist event that was covered in these zines. And so I walked right up to them and I just picked up every single zine that they had. So that's how I have the zines that are in my hand right now. Now, the reason I bring this up, if there are millions of zines in the world, then how do we know which ones are actually influencing the far left? We know because they're the ones that they're handing out at the events. If we see zines showing up in the real world at actual leftist events, then that is what they're reading. That's what they're communicating. That's what's driving the ideology. So 2 zines that I picked up in Boston back in June are these. This one is called Be Gay, Do Crime. I don't bash back, I shoot first. We're going to be reading this one today on the stream. This other one is also called Be Gay, Do Crime, but these are 2 different essays. This is an essay that was written in 2012. This is an essay that was written in 2018. These are 2 different essays by the same name, but both of these zines showed up at the same table in Boston in June. And so that's why I bring up that I literally saw a print copy of this book at the New York Anarchist Book Fair because the publisher of this book was at the New York Anarchist Book Fair. I also bought this book at that same table, Be Gay, Do Crime. This is the collective writings of the Mary Nardini Gang. The Mary Nardini Gang is one of the most influential militant queer activist groups that exist. They were influential in the bashback movement. This is a little teeny tiny zine of their collective writings, and look at what's on the inside there, that Be Gay, Do Crime poster. At a different table, no. No. You just got banned. Guys, if you're new here, we don't allow this. This is not allowed on my channel. So we don't allow low IQ bullshit like that in my chat. You're getting put in a timeout. If you do that again, you're going to be permanently banned. At a different table at the New York Anarchist Book Fair, I got these. So this Be Gay, Do Crime stuff, this was literally at Antifa's table in Boston in June, literally at the New York Anarchist Book Fair on Saturday. And this is type of imagery and the type of language that you literally see all over the place. Okay. So that's how we know this stuff is influential. This is how we know this is what the activists are reading. There are a couple things that I want to look at today. The first thing I want to look at, that's going to be the second thing. The first thing I want to look at is this. And this is the PDF version of this, okay? So this is a zine. I've never read this one before. I've been waiting to read this one. This is a zine called Be Gay, Do Crime. I don't bash back, I shoot first. And we're going to read this zine today, and we're going to find out what this zine says. Now, this is the actual PDF version of the original copy that was handed out. This was a different version of it, but the language is the same, and we are going to be reading it off of the Anarchist Library. Now, almost every single one of the cool things about zines, and this actually works well for us, when we find the zine in the real world, it's very easy to find the digital copy of it. So they're almost always in the Anarchist Library. They're almost always in PDFs somewhere. So we can oftentimes very easily find a digital copy of a zine, but we need to know which zines are influential by which ones they're handing out in the real world before we do that. So when we find a zine in the real world, we then go and find the digital copy of it, and we just read that because it's easier. So the first thing we're going to do today is we're actually going to read this zine, and we're going to see what it says. Now, I think that this was actually the first mention of the slogan, Be Gay, Do Crime, which was surprising to me because the Mary Nardini gang, which again is one of the main militant queer, I'm writing a book about queer Marxism. I'm also writing a second, more specific book about the Mary Nardini gang in particular. The Mary Nardini gang is the group of anarchists in Milwaukee in the 2000s and the early 2010s that wrote a lot of the very influential material that queer activists read today. In 2018, the last thing that the Mary Nardini gang wrote was an essay called Be Gay, Do Crime. I thought that this was the original place that this saying kind of became popular. But then I found this zine, and this zine was written in 2012. So this zine, which was not written by the Mary Nardini gang, but was certainly written by someone connected to the bashback movement. This zine was written probably 6 years before the Mary Nardini gang wrote Be Gay, Do Crime. What happened to them? That's a great question. They just kind of disappeared. They just disappeared. But the second thing that we're going to look at today is we're going to listen to an interview with Tegan Ananelli. Tegan Ananelli is one of the authors of this book, Queer Ultraviolence, which is an anthology of the bashback movement. We have read this book on my channel. This book is fucking crazy. If you guys want an intro, and by the way, you can find the PDF of this book online. You don't have to pay for the book or anything. You can just go find a free PDF online. This book is insane. It has some of the most insane essays that you've ever read in your life. They're gross. They're sexual. There's a lot of crazy shit in this book, okay? One of the authors of this book is Tegan Ananelli. I am almost positive. I don't have confirmation of this, but I'm almost positive that Tegan was in the Mary Nardini gang. And the reason I say that is Tegan publishes all of the Mary Nardini gang stuff. So I think that the person we're going to listen to today and the interview we're going to listen to, I think that person was directly connected with this. So we are not going to be reading directly from the Queer Ultraviolence book today. We are going to be listening to an interview that the author of this book did 12 years ago. So that's what we're going to be doing. This has been on my list to listen to for a while. And so that is going to be our coverage for today. Now, I just threw a lot of stuff out there. I just want to do a quick pause, see if anyone has questions in the chat. We're going to be doing those two things. Oh, before we get into this, actually, I have something else I want to say. So, connected with all of this, connected with Queer Ultraviolence, the Bashback movement, all that stuff. People have been asking me, Karlyn, have you ever talked to Andy No about this? Because I've been trying to tell people lately that every single time Andy No uses the term Trantifa is not a real thing. Trantifa is something that Andy No made up. It is not real. The Bashback movement is very real. The Bashback movement is completely different than Antifa. Now, that's not to say that there's not overlap. There is some overlap. There are going to be members who would be in the Bashback movement who are also going to be in Antifa. There are going to be Antifa members who are also going to be in the Bashback movement. However, the Bashback movement is separate. It is its own entity. It is its own organization. It has a proper name. It has all of this stuff. Andy No refuses to communicate this information to his audience. Instead, Andy No keeps going, Trantifa, 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 Trantifa. Trantifa is not a real thing, guys. It's not. And listen, I'm a big fan of Andy No's book. I think he's done wonderful work. I really do. But the lie that he's telling to his audience is just complete intellectual dishonesty. No, it's not an inside joke. It is not an inside joke when I have people saying Trantifa to me every single day and not a single one of them knows what it means. It is not a fucking joke. So people have been asking me. They're saying, Karlyn, have you talked to Andy No about this? Because people get pissed off that I point out publicly that their influencers are lying to them. Okay, well, let me show you. These are DMs that I had with Andy No in May. So several months ago now, in May, I sent him this. I said, Bashback was a violent queer insurrectionary movement. And I said, Andy, I've been researching the Bashback movement and evolution of queer Marxist activism for over a year because I'm writing a book about it. Last night, we discovered that they're officially reconstituting the Bashback organization, which existed as the violent arm of queer activism 2008 through 2012. This is not the same as Antifa. It's not a fucking joke. Stop making excuses for him right now. This is not a fucking joke. I need you to shut the fuck up and listen. This is not a fucking joke. If you think that militant, violent queer activism is something to joke about, get the fuck off my channel right now. I am being deadly serious. Guys, Trantifa, we're just making a funny. Andy No is just making a funny. He's massively misinforming millions of people, but it's just a funny, guys. It's just a joke. This isn't a fucking joke. People are now dying because of this. Do you understand? God damn. All right, now you're getting put in a 5-minute timeout. You keep coming back and doing this shit, you're going to be permanently banned. I'm no longer joking. So I told Andy No in May that the Bashback movement, which had been dormant for several years, was reconstituting itself. Now, this is important. The Bashback movement wasn't active for a while. It really wasn't active from like 2018 up through basically now. So, but we found a new manifesto. Essentially what happened is the Bashback movement started reconstituting itself as an official organization in May. I've covered this other places. And I tried to warn Andy No. I said, listen, this thing is coming back. Andy said, it's part of Antifa and involved many of the same people. I'm sure you noticed the use of the same symbols. Antifa is wide and covers many groups and movements. No, that's not correct. They do not use the same symbols. They do not use the same colors. They do not have the same materials. They do not have the same organization. That is just flat out wrong. And so I said to him, Andy, this is a completely different group. And you can see all of these messages that Andy No didn't even bother to respond to. I'm trying to talk sense to him to say, this is not Antifa. This is a completely different group. They have a specific set of documents. This group was active before Occupy Wall Street. This group did not form as part of Antifa. There is a 400-page fucking book, which is this. I said to him, there is not one. If you actually read this book, this is a 400-page book about the bashback movement. I sent this to Andy on multiple occasions. And I said to him, there is not one mention of Antifa or any Antifa group as part of their 400-page anthology. Why is that? Andy says, Antifa has been in the U.S. since the 2000s. And I said, then why is there no mention in their 400-page anthology? Why were there specific bashback groups organized across the Midwest performing direct actions as bashback? Why was there a specific bashback conversion? There is overlap. They are not the same group. And I said to him too, I was trying to be nice. I said, this doesn't undermine any of your work on Antifa, but to not treat it as a distinct problem with a very distinct set of values and organizing principles is in face of the evidence. Even now, their manifesto is not anywhere on the Antifa website. It's on the Bashback website. That was in May. Andy never responded to that. Never said anything. And I sent him the silence equals death stuff. I tried to tell him this evolved out of the ACT UP movement. He didn't say anything. So I tried to talk to him in private, not making a big internet spectacle, and I got nothing in return. So fast forward. This article comes out. Andy starts talking about this article in June. I said, Andy, do you remember when I told you about the bashback movement? Because this article in Eugene, Oregon specifically was referencing the bashback movement. I said, this is different from Antifa, although there's overlap. Andy says, I remember. So it's not as though he was unaware. This is what I'm trying to tell you guys. It is not as though Andy No is unaware of this stuff. It is that Andy No doesn't want his audience to know this stuff because it disrupts his Trantifa bullshit narrative. And you can see here, I said, this is serious. If you have a chance, read their reconstituted manifesto. This was back in June. Andy, of course, never responded. So for everyone that's upset at me that I'm calling out Andy No over the whole Trantifa bullshit narrative that he keeps trying to sell, I tried to talk to him in private. I tried to show him evidence. He didn't want to look at it. He didn't want to hear it. This is not even the only time that I tried to talk to him about this. I tried to talk to him about this before, and it was the same thing. It was like talking to a wall every single time. So I'm very sorry to burst everyone's bubble, but Andy No is well aware of all of this, and he doesn't fucking care. And he has never informed his audience of this, and he's using incorrect language that is not relevant to what is going on at all, and I'm going to show you the receipts. So that is the conversation that I had with Andy No. I don't want to, I tried to be nice. I was on my best fucking behavior. I was like, here's the evidence, here's the evidence, here's the evidence, here's the evidence. He didn't want to hear it. And this is what happens every single time I try to talk to one of these conservative bullshit artists. This is what happens every single time I try to show them evidence. And you know what? If it gets to the point where I'm calling out someone in public to say, stop lying to your audience, it's because I've already tried to reason with them in private and they didn't listen. So I'm very sorry to burst everyone's bubble, but that's the way it goes. He called the assassin Trantifa, but it's a joke. Yeah, it's a joke. Everything is a joke to these people. Everything is a joke to these people. Anyway, is Bashback connected to punk music? Not directly, but somewhat. I'm sure they listen to it. I'm sure it's part of their subculture. Anyway, so we're going to get into the real stuff now. What we're going to do, the first thing we're going to do is we are going to read together this essay. It's out of this zine specifically, but we're doing the digital version. And this essay was written in 2012. This should take us about half an hour to read with my fancy e-reader. And this essay is called I Don't Bash Back, I Shoot First. And it has a reference to Be Gay, Do Crime. So if everyone's ready to read this essay, please go ahead and mount the like button for me. As a reminder, I stream Monday through Friday at 5 p.m., barring any technical difficulties or any other problems. Please make sure you are subscribed to the channel if you are not already. Let's see what was in this here document.
Be Gay, Do Crime. The following essay was anonymously circulated amidst queer anarchist circles in the Pacific Northwest.
Oh.
It is...
Hang on one sec. Let me put the link in the chat. I'll put the link in the chat in case you guys want to follow along. Yes, Pete, Bashback is decentralized, just like Antifa was. Okay, the link is in the chat. There you go. If you're on X, you're just gonna have to find it yourself. But the link is in the chat on YouTube, Kick, and Rumble, so you guys can follow along with the document there if you want.
It is reproduced here in its entirety. Its initial circulation sparked much controversy among its readers. Here's hoping for more. First, let's clear a few things up. Bashback is dead, old history. We're all still fucking its corpse.
Hang on. Antifa is not centralized. There is no centralization on the left. The left is a highly decentralized model. There is no centralization. There is no leadership on the left. There is no one funding source on the left. There is no hierarchy on the left. It is a decentralized hydra of loosely affiliated cells. So there will never be centralization because they don't believe in that. Guys, I know everyone has questions. I need everyone to focus on the document though, okay? Because this is a research stream. We're all doing this research together so that we can all learn. But I need everyone to focus on the stream. And if you have questions about the document, that's totally fine. But I'm going to ask you to save unrelated questions for right now because I want to be able to focus on this. We've got some commies in the chat. The commies are acting up. All right. Well, you guys don't whine or be a dick.
We're all still fucking its corpse, totally disinterested while the filthy body falls apart, starting to smell.
Okay, hang on. I want to explain this. The Bashback movement is dead, old history. This was written in 2012, which is kind of when the Bashback movement went away. It came back for a little bit in like 2018 with Mary Nardini Gang publishing Be Gay, Do Crime. It came back a little bit in 2016. It even came back a little bit in 2023. But I want people to understand the Bashback movement was mostly active from 2008 to about 2012. And then it went dormant. And now it's trying to reconstitute itself again. But when this document was written in 2012, the Bashback movement had basically kind of fallen apart.
Whatever. First, let's clear a few things up. Bashback is dead, old history. We're all still fucking its corpse, totally disinterested while the filthy body falls apart, starting to smell. Whatever. Here's the real point. If at the moment of BB's disappearance this queer virus fails to spread, if we aren't proliferating terribly, then we're kidding ourselves, calling what we experienced a death. If this is our case, then what we chose was to survive things as they are, making our peace even with our noted bad attitude. Being assimilation by other means. And that's cool, right? JK, 3 lulz, 3 fuck you, fuck that shit. If you're making your peace, we were enemies from the start, get fucked. For whoever is still insatiable, your glee, hatred, and friends are waiting, so get your shit together and begin again. Crazy insurrectibitches had it right, but once or twice, affinity groups are cheap shit, let's get it constant. Some of us were stepping to that shit before the first convergence, and some of us have been rolling hard since, licking our lips at that war in social war.
When they say the first convergence, they mean the 2008 Bashback Convention in Chicago where they protested the DNC and the RNC.
Here are a few of our notes. Instead of a theory. 1. Find each other. We think that survival, fighting back and fucking shit up should be step 1. Getting food, fending shelter to live in. Starting fights, staying fly. Making people hurriedly cross the street. Keeping hets' mouths shut, scamming hormones, networks to get the benefits of your crime where it should go, names of who needs to get smacked down, looking out for each other when we're out escorting, taking from anyone in our way.
You think this is Mary Nardini Gang? Then why didn't they label it Mary Nardini Gang? Because the Mary Nardini Gang had been active for like 4 years when this was written. And this specifically says, listen, I'm not opposed to the idea. I did actually think about this. But this says by anonymous. The document says that this was circulated by anonymous. No, it's not the Mary Nardini Gang. I'm going to tell you why. Because it says it was circulated by anonymous queers in the Pacific Northwest. The Mary Nardini Gang was in Milwaukee. So, I mean, I'm not saying they weren't inspired by the Mary Nardini Gang. I'm not saying they didn't talk to the Mary Nardini Gang, but the Mary Nardini Gang was in Milwaukee. This was circulated in the Pacific Northwest. But I understand why you said that, because I kind of thought the same thing, to be honest. I was like, are you sure this is not the Mary Nardini Gang? And then I was like, no, it's in the Northwest.
Actively not giving a fuck means starting right in the thick of conflict, daily life, rather than going through the tired tradition of looking to meet people with a bunch of activists, keeping calm, teaching the poor unknowing queers and good citizens what they really need. This is about doing what we want right from the start, building the means to our autonomy for ourselves. Here's the last argument anyone needs. Wouldn't you have rather started your intro to anarchism in action off with a fly-ass gang of queer criminals who've got your back instead of charity activists? Yeah, we fucking thought so. Forming a crew is a splitting off, it's giving up the entire feel better, join the milieu, talk to hearts and minds, radical offsetting bullshit that the rest of anarchism is obsessed with. Learning to act means a coming together, fucking shit up, endlessly. But our splitting off always seems to begin our contact with other people who seem a little more like us, outside the anarchist circuit.
So we have a question from Seeker. Who are the poor unknowing queers? That's a good question. I don't know. I don't have the answer to that right this second. But I suspect they mean people within the queer and anarcho-communist subculture. But I don't know the answer to that question.
But our splitting off always seems to begin our contact with other people who seem a little more like us, outside the anarchist circuit. So, first things first, find some wild-ass queers who just want to run amok, alternatively, queers who are sick of everything and full of cynicism. Simple enough, you're almost certainly friends with a few of these, but assuming you don't, just look up and say, oh right, there's my crew, don't fret, it's not like it's hard to find queers who can't wait for a way to get back at the world. Plenty of us are getting fucked over constantly, and the only things people come to look forward to is their group therapy meeting. Something as simple as being those loud queer kids brings people from unexpected places. Learn each other's strengths and interests by hanging out together. Go everywhere with each other. Dance sex parties like every week. Share your shit. Free time spent.
They're talking about creating a social ecosystem. One of the things that the left does really, 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 really well is they create a social ecosystem for their people where Once you get radicalized to the far left, and this is particularly true in this queer anarcho-communist subculture, you're only ever talking to people within this subculture. You might work with people in this subculture. They get each other jobs. You always are hanging out with people in this subculture. You're reading the same material as people in this subculture. You're dating and fucking people in this subculture. It becomes a very insular ecosystem, okay? So that's what they're talking about. And that's part of why this is this is a cult. When I call this the cult, there's a reason for that. This is a cult. They create a cult-like environment for their people. And if you think about who is going to consider themselves to be queer, they're probably going to be socially awkward. Many of them are autistic. Many of them have been indoctrinated in school to believe they're non-binary and all that stuff. They're looking for a social system, and this becomes their social group of friends. These friends hang out with them. They have fun with each other. They have sex. They date each other. They don't get married because they don't believe in that, but they do polycules and shit like that. So this is like their church group. Yeah, exactly. This is like their church group. People are starting to get this. And so it's more than just queer is a political ideology. But what I want people to understand is the reason that it's so effective is because people get into this ecosystem and they have a family of choice. When you hear the term family of choice, this is one of the things it applies to. They take care of each other, they help each other, they support each other, they do all sorts of things. So that's what they're talking about here.
Share your shit. Free time spent and carved out with each other might be the most important element in starting to speak to each other. Egg each other on and support your friends. Slowly, you will grow comfortable acting with each other and responding to each other's needs quickly. Speaking means a few minutes till acting. Our coming together looks fly and builds a common feeling along our sense of moving through this world. It's this endearment to each other that builds trust, that teaches us how to say what we need and get angry enough to go get it. Our bonds put us out of the grasp of people wanting to direct us away from each other, away from our needs and wants, trying to manage, regulate, and make useful our hatred for everything. Instead, this bond puts us in a position to build our own power and autonomy. Crew logic is different from everyday logic. You start stepping with an eye to how everything around you can be put to use for you and yours. Building your power is its own end, self-justifying. All the other political shit offered just get annoying, engaging with it, boring. Fostering in common the ability to meet our needs and bring the conflict on our terms will always remain obscured to our enemies, and their confusion only fuels us on. Laughing hyena queers. If you hate everything, fuck everything up, hit back, make them hurt. Pointing out that people are.
If you hate everything, fuck everything up, hit back, make them hurt. Queer Marxists believe that every single person is oppressed by the system of capitalism. They also believe that that oppression is literal violence. Now, I really need people to understand this. You guys know how the left says words are violence, and then they also say things like silence is violence. Everything having to do with upholding the normative capitalist system is violence. When they say that, they literally mean that they believe that existing in society under capitalism is the same thing as getting punched in the face. They really do believe that. They believe that both of those things, living under capitalism in the United States, is the same as physical violence, where they actually get hit and punched. And so if they believe that the oppressive system of capitalism is actual violence, that means they feel justified in using violence against the people who they perceive are their oppressors. Does everyone understand this? No. We talked about this yesterday. Maybe you didn't see this. Queer is not about being gay. Queer is not about being trans. You do not have to be gay or trans to be queer. Queer is a political ideology. You need to start being very specific with your language. This has nothing to do with being gay. You need to unlearn that. You can be a straight white man and be queer. It's an anti-capitalist political ideology. That is what it is. Do they think that those at the top of the capitalist system are in the same way victims? Well, yes, they actually do. They think everyone is oppressed under capitalism, even the people perpetuating the capitalist system. But that doesn't mean they aren't going to hurt you. But yes, they do believe everyone will be liberated when capitalism is overthrown.
Pointing out that people are attracted to you when you bring force and win is anarchist heresy, apparently, but that's so useless. Cause enough waves and they'll come to you, or better by far, imitate you. Affinity groups only wish they could be as hot as us. 2. Take space.
Oh, by the way, I want to speak to this. Affinity groups only wish they could be as hot as us. I actually have multiple zines talking about affinity groups. And I'm going to be posting them at some point. I actually just got one from the New York Anarchist Book Festival, specifically talking about how, like, they don't want to be allies, they want to be accomplices. So this is actually something that they do write about.
Open hostility is the name of the game.
Oh, yeah?
When it's you and your friends, it only takes one person to make things hectic. Those first nights out will be difficult, painful, and uncertain. Then things get interesting. Push come to shove, just start walking around in groups you're bound to find trouble. No snub should go unanswered, pushing your bonds harder and harder, getting into conflict that offers you no way out, not the least of its virtues. You might be...
Do I worry about my safety? I kind of accept that I'm probably going to get beat up at these things at some point. I didn't feel unsafe when I was in New York. I didn't feel unsafe at all. I guess I try not to think about it. I kind of accept that I might be on the receiving end of violence at some point. But I don't know. I guess I don't really think about it. What happens if there is jealousy in a group? Do they hurt each other? Collectivist groups have ways of working through different types of conflict where they don't think about it in the same way as more right-leaning groups. So no, I wouldn't. I mean, do they hurt each other? I mean, they're human beings just like anyone else. Like, they have their problems. But I would say that there are different ways that they handle conflict that honestly are probably usually more productive than what people outside of the group do.
You might be nervous, you might get furious and wild out. Either way, your crew will grow, your togetherness change, and you'll be ready for whatever. A part of this will be the many ways you begin taking up space with the outside world and with each other. We don't pretend to...
Hang on. Sorry, you guys are just asking great questions, so I want to pause to answer the questions. Is there a hierarchy to queer? No. There is no hierarchy on the left, guys, or as little hierarchy as possible. Listen, the left, but specifically not with queer. There is no hierarchy in queer anarchism. And that is a deliberate decision that they've made. There's no one leader. There's no group of leaders. They make decisions as a collective. They have very specific ways that they do this, through meetings, through discussion, through voting. They take turns in leadership positions. So it's like there are leaders for, like, there'll be a leader of a meeting. And then in the next meeting, someone else will lead that meeting. And then in the next one, it'll be a different person. So it's like they may have a leader for a meeting, but that person isn't going to be the same leader of every meeting. There may be a leader of an initiative, but they're going to change that out and they're going to swap that out because that leadership position is a very, very temporary one. And basically it's the leadership on the left is more meant as a facilitation. It's not dictatorial. It's not Stalinist. It's more like, it's like the chair of a meeting. The chair of a meeting doesn't really have any real power. It's like, you get to talk and now you get to talk and you get to talk. Shut the fuck up. You get to talk. It's like they're managing the facilitation between the group. So it's not like a dictator. It's more just like a coordinator.
Pretend to know your situation or the best way for you to attack. So what we offer is a look at some key things distilled from our experience we think might be of use to you. So before going anywhere else with this writing, know that we respond to our situations primarily out of sense and intuition. There were plots, plans, and some ideas, but we didn't know where any of them would go, how they would play out. Neither do you. Everything happens differently in different contexts. Be ready to shift. That said, here is what we think is useful in any context. Liberals exist, have money, and frequently want our hot social capital to legitimize their enterprises, socially or business-wise. In most cases, both. So feel free to turn, exploit, corrupt, use and dispose of them to the ends of attacking domination and building your power. Squats are incredibly useful as shelter, safe houses, or simply free space.
Squats.
Becoming a known spot for.
Hang on. Squats is when they take over a house and they have a zine to teach you how to take over a house and how to effectively use crowbars. I posted this on my Substack a while back. So that's what they mean when they say squat. They took over a house.
Becoming a known spot for queer trans people to stay safely can fill up a space quick. One of the houses we were holding had up to 40 people at one point. We just spread mats out and covered the floor. And we often find ourselves houseless or almost so, or barely able to cover rent, or no other queer trans people in abusive situations. It's good to be able to give someone a way out. Creating a strategic network of spaces around your city opens up crazy possibilities. And if one spot gets raided, shut down, evicted, or whatever, you will already know another few places to go. Even if you're not going to use a spot, someone else might. Getting into a place is pretty easy with a little practice, and after you've opened a space, you can spread the word out about where and how to get in to who needs it. Also, bump keys. Important enough to get their own line. If you're not familiar with them, look them up. They give you very quick access to a lot of places. The way your crew attacks together will likely have a distinct character to it, one reflecting different strategies put into play. There are many different ways to practice spread live war. Here are some examples. They are reflections of our practice and lives, not a program. Simplifying, different approaches could be said to be between open and visible forms, and closed and obscure forms. Again, the best way to know what works for your context is to go by conversation, experience through experimentation, intuition, and your sense of what would work. Open ties are visible. Take group strolls, pick fights, write up on walls, vandalize everything, especially people. Jump people, start parties, talk about how cops suck, scams and how boring straight cis people are. Jump people into the conflict between sex in squats and wild dance parties. Be loud, obnoxious, and annoying. Being seen from a block or two away, a similar style of dress may be adopted, or not. A way of faggying what you're down for might come into play. One group tied a pink bandana over a black one to signal that they were down to ride on someone. Walk into stores in groups of 10, fill your bags, make a mess and leave, dominate clubs and bars. Take over street corners, or wherever people can still congregate near you. Enforce your spot as you please. Act wild, because you can, whatever is a rush. Live a presence built over time. When others see you, encourage them to set up their own group and support other set.
Hang on, I got a super chat from Dragon Balls. Thank you, Dragon Balls. On the left, there is no Kirk or Crowder, etc. to target. They are equitable and decentralized. This is why the ACP is a joke with Hawes and Hinkle. Yeah, that's actually a good point for new people. The American Communist Party with Hawes, that whole stupid MAGA communist thing, that's not real. The real far left activists don't like it at all. We've done a show about that before. Thank you, Dragon Balls. Appreciate it.
Closed forms are much more obtuse and opaque. This doesn't mean any less conflict, crime, corruption, or any of that good shit, nor cutting off your ability to act with other people against a common enemy, simply quieter forms, and very distinct in-group out-group divide. Of course, this entails talking about your criminal shit in private only, learning to signal ever so subtly, and having a lot more planned out attacks and goals setting. Generally, this looked two different ways. On the one hand, you could just be that group of queer trans people hanging out all the time, no one having any clue about what you're up to when they don't see you. On the other hand, no one has to be aware that they are surrounded by a hateful queer squad with plans for them. Our enemies always know how to lay out just the strategies to undo them, if you listen just the right way.
You know, I'm going to pause there, and I just have something to interject. So I posted a video earlier today that basically explained why there is no way that Trump is going to be able to cut off Antifa's fundraising. And the reason is that Antifa is funded by mutual aid. They are not funded by Soros. They're not funded by USAID. They're not funded by the CCP. They are funded by mutual aid. Mutual aid are mostly small donations that are made in cash or other donations that are pretty much untraceable. You guys should see the conservative retardation going on in my replies right now. I literally have conservative retards telling me the IRS will be able to audit them. You're going to audit Antifa. You're going to audit a mutual aid network that operates entirely based off of small dollar cash donations. You fucking retards. Like, I'm like, they're like, you don't think the FBI knows who Antifa is? I'm like, no, I actually don't. I legitimately don't. I absolutely do not think that the FBI understands any of this shit. I don't think the IRS understands any of this shit. I don't think anyone in the Trump administration understands any of this shit. It's like, if you guys looked in the comments of my last couple videos trying to explain to conservatives why there is no fuck off chance that Trump is going to be able to designate Antifa as a terrorist organization, because most Antifa organizations are not named Antifa and Trump doesn't know what the names of the organizations are. And there is no fuck off way that the Trump administration is going to be able to cut off Antifa's funding, because they don't even know where the funding is coming from. And they think it's coming from Soros and USAID, and it's not. And they think it might be coming from the CCP, and it's not. It's coming from mutual aid. The Trump administration has no idea. Conservatives have no idea. The conservative influencer set has made their audience stupid. So if you got here and you've been listening to conservative retards, I'm very sorry to burst your bubble. George Soros is not involved in this. No, the IRS ain't auditing anything. No, Trump ain't designating Antifa as a terrorist organization, because they don't even know the names of the Antifa groups, and they're not Antifa in most cases. And it's just like, until someone asked me earlier today, they were like, Karlyn, do we have any chance of beating the left? And my answer to them was, well, we could. Could we beat the left? Yeah, sure. Is it going to happen if you guys don't hinge into reality with what the left is doing? No. If we keep going around saying we're going to cut off Antifa's funding, no, you're not going to beat the left if that's your strategy. I'm very sorry. There is no universe in which you're going to cut off Antifa's funding. Like, that is not going to happen. They don't even know where the funding is coming from. So if the right wants to hinge into reality and actually learn about the enemy that they're fighting, can we beat them? Yeah, sure, of course. If the right wants to continue peddling in conservative retardation and just completely unhinged ideas that are not grounded in reality at all, no, we're not going to beat them and the left is going to win. It really is that simple.
Our enemies always know how to lay out just the strategies to undo them, if you listen just the right way. We've got one of the best tactics around: the secret potential of the closet. Something we use. You could appear to all the world as just isolated, normative cis-hetero people, and they will never see it coming. Looking like a fucking queer later can throw off any description cops have when they come looking.
Hang on. Last thing I'm going to say, and we're going to focus on this. Can I be a consultant? The Trump administration will never hire me because I don't support Israel. So could I be? Sure. They're welcome to contact me. They're welcome to call me anytime. Most of them follow me on Twitter. Most of them follow my Substack. They are welcome to contact me anytime. Will they do it? No. You want to know why? Because Israel can go fuck itself.
you could appear to all the world as just isolated, normative cis-hetero people, and they will never see it coming. Looking like a fucking queer later can throw off any description cops have when they come looking. Mixing up open and closed formulations created a powerful dynamic for conflict. Being open-ended allowed us to slip between different situations and approaches and take whatever form exploited our enemies and allowed us to keep on the attack. 4. Infiltration, blackmail, target...
Hang on. Thank you, Gary, for the super chat. I appreciate that. Thank you. Pretty new to your channel. Is there no leadership group? How is there consistency? Who is writing the guidelines? Thank you. Okay, there are no guidelines. These are anarchists. How the left works is essentially, okay, there are thousands of decentralized cells. How the left communicates with each other is through zines. They write about their strategy and the ideas in zines. Those zines get circulated. Some people pick up some, and some people listen to some, and some people don't. Some of the cells work together, and most of them don't. And so it's like, you guys think the left operates like a monolith. It doesn't operate like a monolith. It's like a lot of different people, and they all have different ideas, but they've all been through the same universities. They've all read the same literature. They're all reading the same books out of the socialist book publishers. They're all doing the same education classes. So the left is very consistent with a lot of their beliefs because they've all learned from the same people and they all read the same propaganda and stuff like that. So that's how they're communicating. It's through different people who are writing propaganda that's spread on anarchist websites, but there is no leader saying you will do this or you will do that. That is not how they work at all. Yeah, they communicate. They communicate through the academics, the authors, and the activists. That's right, Reagan.
4. Infiltration, blackmail, targeted attacks against rapists and pimps, and working together to rip off our jobs. The closed form was indispensable. 4. Open conflict, intimidation, creating space, inspiring other angry queer trans kids to link up and grab a weapon. The open form was key. Walking between forms can be as quick as a stroll from one block to the next. On the question of leadership, lots of gangs have leadership roles.
Hey, they're going to be talking about leadership, but before we get into that section, let's do the super chat from Dragon Balls. The administration is merely exposing their weak strategies as the left observes, makes notes, finds new ways to distract and subvert and organize. Yeah, I can't emphasize this enough, guys. The left is not intimidated by the Trump administration. They're not. They're not afraid. Now, in the 50s, during the Red Scare, the left was afraid. During McCarthyism, the left was afraid. The left was underground. The left was like minding their P's and Q's. Today, the left is not afraid. They are operating completely unopposed because the Trump administration doesn't know what the fuck they're talking about.
On the question of leadership, lots of gangs have leadership roles. Obviously, we've found this useless. Chains of command are the quickest way for one person to try and calm down or rally up everyone else for their personal benefit.
So you're hearing them say this right here. On the question of leadership, lots of gangs have leadership roles. Obviously, we found this useless. They do not have leadership roles. Chains of command are the quickest way for one person to try or calm down or rally up everyone else for their personal benefit. They believe that if they put people in that hierarchical leadership role, that person is going to basically become Stalin. Pete, most of that stuff was not real. You guys got to understand, you guys saw one picture of gas masks and you thought all Antifa groups had gas masks or something like that. That wasn't real. You guys saw one picture of a stack of bricks. Those were probably stolen. It wasn't big money. If you're talking about a couple of gas masks, that doesn't mean every Antifa organization has gas masks. It probably wasn't even coming from them. So here's my plea with you guys. Stop looking at shit out of context on social media. If you see something that's posted on Twitter, you need to question that. If influencers are sharing an image trying to get you to believe something about Antifa, you need to just go directly to the primary source and stop believing what these people are saying. So no, they do not. Antifa very rarely does anything that costs money. You know, when I got back from Boston, when I got all these Antifa zines in Boston, I've got a whole stack of them. They're just all sitting behind me. This is just what's on my desk. I got back from Boston and I had this whole stack of zines and I had all these comments from conservatives basically saying, well, how did they pay for all that? That's really expensive. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? This being really expensive? This is printer paper, bro. They bought a couple of reams of printer paper and they printed these off on a home printer. So you're telling me Antifa spent a good $200 and you think that they're and $200 is a lot of money for like printing paper. I'm talking like they had to buy an ink cartridge. They bought a couple reams of paper and printed it on a home printer. You're telling me this is expensive? This is not expensive. They're not doing high dollar value things. The idea that Antifa has all this money and they have all these deep pockets, that is a lie that has been spread by conservative bullshit artist influencers. It's not real. This doesn't cost money, basically. They use free copy. Yes, they do. Actually, I met a guy at the Anarchist Book Fair in New York that was telling me about how he makes free stickers. And he makes all these free stickers using free resources that are provided to him by like the library, basically. So most of their stuff is very, 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 very low cost. Thank you. I know. Always right about everything. It's true. Okay, listen to the leadership. They're telling you we don't have any leaders.
So yeah, not interested. However, this doesn't mean that there can't be different levels of in your crew, but this is formed on the basis of who's shown themselves comfortable with what. This is mostly an issue for more open formulations. Some people are down, but only by degrees. You might collectively trust some people more or some less than others. Some people you might trust, but you've yet to act together, especially on risky shit. It's important that everyone know that not everyone needs to know everything. Also, some people are liberals, and they really don't need to know shit, unless that trans-queer swagger you...
Are you the one from Portland? Are you in Portland? I think I saw you on Twitter. I'm so sorry you're in Portland. I love Portland. Portland's a beautiful city. You need to move out of there, though, and you know that, right? Because you're not going to win that city back. But I appreciate you becoming a member of the channel. Thank you.
Also, some people are liberals, and they really don't need to know shit, unless that trans-queer swagger you got gets them hot, then shrug, maybe they have potential. 3. Share the gift of your violence. Friendship, vengeance, and contempt, these are the only guides worth following. The lived reality of the participants in a riot black bloc situation where you and everyone around you is just out to fuck shit up, then you've felt that maniacal pull towards smashing anything you're sick of. You've felt how the only act worth anything in those moments is multiplying that sense of power. This sensation is the sensation of the gang, the embedded relation between you and your friends, making it your daily context, the medium you talk and live through. There is no program for friends bonded between each other. Goals become apparent relative to the force and corruption you can wager. With each other, with anything in your way, share the gift of your violence. Our theory is really simple. Self-protection and exploding social war by communalizing violence to multiply, not exhaust our terror.
Oh, well, that's a little on the nose, isn't it? Our theory is really simple. Self-protection and exploding social war, where's Master Shake? Exploding social war by communalizing violence to multiply, not exhaust, our terror. I want to remind everyone, this document was written in 2012. This document was written 13 years ago. If anyone on the conservative right had been paying attention at all to what the actual far left was doing, instead of just peddling in bullshit talking points about gay marriage, which the real far left never wanted gay marriage to be legalized in the first place, then this problem may not have spiraled out of control. I really want people to understand this. The reason that we have the problem that we do right now with violent queer activism is because 13 years ago, the queer activists were publishing openly and talking openly in their subculture about what they were doing, and no one paid attention. And so now we're going back and we're reading all of these documents that no one on our side has really ever read before. And we're finding out, holy shit, you were planning all this stuff 15 fucking years ago and no one told us. This is why things got so out of control. I don't mean to make anyone feel bad, right? Because you guys are listening to me. You're not conservative influencers, probably. I mean, maybe there's some listening in secret. But you guys are just people that trusted people on TV or trusted people on the internet or trusted people who wrote books to tell you the truth. And the people who you trusted didn't tell you the truth because they didn't bother to look into it. And that is why the problems have spiraled out of control to the point that they're at today. It's because no one did fuck off anything about it. This is why it's so important that we're hinging into reality to try to figure out, what do these people actually believe? What are they talking about? What are they writing about? What is their strategy? Because no one has ever done this before, and that's why they're winning. Hey, thank you. Chiara, I don't know how to say your name. How do we stop them? The very best thing to do is learn as much as you can. That's the best answer I have for right now. You have to learn as much as you can. You have to learn to speak their language. When you learn to speak their language, you can teach other people. I'm trying to create more people like me, downloading as much of this information as I have in my head to people like you who care about this and take this seriously so that you can learn as much as you can. You can go and teach your friends and family, bring them into the community, because the more people we have teaching this stuff, the better. That's the only way this is going to get solved. Because right now we have a problem where there aren't enough people who know what's going on. The leadership doesn't know what's going on. The politicians don't know what's going on. The people in positions to make decisions don't know what's going on, but we do. And so we have to help each other. We have to learn as much as we can, share as much of this information as we can. Hey, thank you, MetaGuide. Do you think there's any covert military veteran groups that are actively tracking these? Nope. No, I don't. And if there are, if I'm wrong, then they should raise their hands and tell me and get in touch. But as of right now, no, I don't. There are guys, you got to understand, there are very few people doing what I'm doing. There's like literally no one doing specifically what I'm doing. There's no one. I've looked for years. I haven't found any groups. I haven't found any people. I haven't found any evidence of this at all. You guys think that other people are paying attention to this, and I'm here to tell you they are not in any way. And I wish that wasn't true, by the way. I hope I'm wrong about that. Yeah, well, don't trust James. James is a low IQ retard. Hang on. Thank you, Dragon Balls. FYI, the CCP blamed the U.S. for funding the Hong Kong protesters with gear. I was on the streets. They ran circles around the government, mutually funded and organized. Yeah, the Hong Kong protesters were funded in exactly the same way Antifa is, and everyone lies about it. Great point. Great point. All right, let's keep going.
Our theory is really simple. Self-protection and exploding social war by communalizing violence to multiply, not exhaust our terror.
Good point.
Build a material social force by living together with relationships between us that build our autonomy and destroys theirs. Start the fight, bring the bashing first. Attack and hit back and find others already fighting and build bonds between you. The anarchist scene, outside of the bonds we already share, is mostly a husk to be shrugged off. It's not like our enemies are hard to come by, neither then our accomplices. Of course, generalized social war is our goal in writing you these sweet things, so nothing resembles our desire so much as an endless irritation. We knew.
So, I mean, they're really hammering the endless social war. Of course, generalized social war is our goal in writing these sweet things. So they're telling you guys, social war, destabilization, overthrow of society. That is what queer Marxists want. Have the feds not infiltrated this group yet? Nope. I promise you they haven't. Listen, this document that we're reading is 13 years old. It's 13 years old. It's 13 fucking years old. You think the feds are infiltrating this group? When are they going to do something about it? This was written 13 years ago. This is not a new document. And I have a massive archive of documents just like this that were written decades and decades and decades ago. The feds aren't doing fuck off about this. I cannot emphasize this enough. If Trump was going to designate Antifa as a terrorist organization, he would have done it in his first term. In fact, Trump said he was going to designate Antifa as a terrorist organization in his first term, and he never did. And the reason he never did is because he can't, because most groups are not called Antifa. Most anti-fascist activist groups are not called Antifa. They don't know the names of the groups because they aren't out there in the field actually infiltrating it, and they don't know fuck off anything. It's just all a big show for the public. I promise you. If they were going to do something about this, what are they waiting for? This document's 13 years old. Of course, generalized social war is our goal in writing these sweet things. How long do we have to wait for them to do something? Like,
We knew this was his house. We knew he was inside, and after a week of watching, strolling by every couple hours looking dirty and forgettable, we knew he was alone. This rapist fuck was a known scumbag. But after raping one of our own a few years back, this little shit went and bragged about it, and other times he'd fucked people after they said stop to his bros a bit too loudly, and one of us overheard, because you never know who your friends are. Honestly, we didn't even know he'd made it back into town, but whatever, his loss. We'd been sitting on this alley block opening to the street, waiting around for our friend to hit us up on whether the code.
Most know about Antifa. Okay, let's just stop there. If you know so much about Antifa, then what is the Antifa group in Boston called? What is the Antifa group in New York called? What is the Antifa publisher called? You guys know the term Antifa. That doesn't mean you understand what Antifa is. The Antifa group in Boston is not called Antifa. The Antifa group in New York is not called Antifa. There are several Antifa groups in New York, actually. The Antifa group that publishes all these documents is not called Antifa. Does anyone know what they're called? Does anyone in the chat know the Antifa publishing organization? I know some of you do. If you know the name of the Antifa publishing organization, put it in the chat right now. Some of you should know this. This is an easy one. The Antifa publishing organization is the easiest question. Yeah. CrimeThink. CrimeThink is the name of the Antifa publishing organization. That's the main one. Does anyone know the name of the Antifa group in Boston that I got all those zines from? Does anyone know the name of the Antifa group in Boston that I got all these zines from? Anyone want to guess? I'll show you the name of it. I'll show it to you. Ah, shit. Drop something. Let's see if I can find it. The Antifa group in Boston is called MBTA Distro. This is the type of naming convention that a lot of these groups have. This is the organization where I got all those zines from. They were the ones tabling. Is that called the Antifa? No. It's called MBTA Distro. Do you know that? No, probably didn't. And I'm not saying necessarily that you should feel bad about not knowing that. Some groups are going to be called collectives. Some are going to be called info shops. Some are going to be called completely made up names that don't have anything to do with anything. Their naming convention are all over the place. So again, to go back to this, you guys think you understand Antifa. And I understand why you do. But you have got to start hinging into reality that just because you heard a word one time, that doesn't mean you understand what that thing is, okay? And again, there are thousands of these groups. There are thousands of them. See, but you're confirming what I said. You don't know Antifa. You know a word. There is a difference between knowing a word and understanding how the group is organized. You don't understand how the group is organized. And this is the problem. This is why the Trump administration doesn't know shit about shit. They know the word Antifa. They have no fuck off clue how Antifa is actually organized. Do you understand? I'm not trying to make you feel bad. You're asking a fine question, but I wanted to make sure I really clarified that point. How do you explain that? If you know about queer Marxism and bashback, yeah, I know. That's why we're doing the stream. How do you explain the difference in threat between the two? Both are incredibly dangerous. They would be very helpful in getting my friends to understand. Yeah, I mean, this isn't something that you can easily explain to your friends in a couple of sentences, to be honest. It's just not. So they're all a threat. It doesn't matter. Like, they're all a violent threat. They're all bad. So I wouldn't say that one is worse from the other. They're all bad. So my question is why the government isn't doing something about this? Ask the government, bro. Like, I don't fucking know. I have been trying to warn the government for years. I've been trying to warn conservatives for years. I was told by Harmeet Dillon, Assistant Attorney General of the United States, a week ago, she cared more about my use of capital letters than she did about communists on college campuses. You want to know why the government isn't doing fuck off about this? Ask them. I don't know. I don't fucking know. Anyway, back to this.
Waiting around for our friend to hit us up on whether the coast was clear. Got that yes, and we just rolled, hoods up, pink masks on, walked right up to the front door, while two of us went into his backyard with the back door, and like that we busted out the lock. Kicked in the door, ran up on his screaming ass from both sides and dazed him with a piece of plywood. We dragged him to the back of the house, taped his mouth shut, tied his hands and feet to a chair, handed a bat to the survivor and laughed while they kneecapped him. It took a couple of swings, but I don't think hospitals can fix that. After that we put a few cuts on his face and someone sprayed bright pink spray paint into his face and eyes. Some people like to make themselves into a message to show the dumb queer proles the way. We'd rather skip the years of anarcho-activism and get to open conflict. Invite-only orgies might help speed things along.
We'd rather skip the years of anarcho-activism and get right to open conflict. Invite-only orgies might help speed things along. Okay.
We'd rather skip the years of anarcho-activism and get to open conflict. Invite-only orgies might help speed things along.
Gotta make friends.
Some people like to say all of what they are going to do, sprayed up on the walls. Broken Bones sends a better message.
No, I don't. And you have asked me this question no less than 3 fucking times, and I'm getting really sick of giving you the same answer because I do not like it when people ask me the same question over and over and over again, expecting me to give them a different answer. No, I do not believe Charlie Kirk's shooter was in this ideology. No, there is no indication that Charlie Kirk's shooter was in this ideology. No, Charlie Kirk's shooter did not look like they were in this ideology. No, furry is not the same as queer. Furry has nothing to do with queer. I don't give a fuck off if he was dating a trans person. You do not have to be trans or gay to be queer. So no, 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 no. And if you ask me this question again, I'm really gonna fucking lay into you.
Safe space is a practice of war, or else the concept is worthless. Something that looks like going on the offensive wherever, not pacified, brief backroom group therapy. With each other, acting together, against anything that makes themselves a target. Nothing burns like getting tricked by a trick, and after one too many times I was ready to quit sex work, but how the fuck was I going to get money? Rich chaser fuckers all married with kids and cars and shit getting uppity and treating a girl like shit. I know they hate loud trannies, except when they wanna fuck me, so after talking with a few people we got an idea, so you know. After a couple days of scheming up Craigslist, I had more work lined up for the weekend. But things went a little different this times. I'd already let everyone know where I was going, so when he brought me into his big nice house in his nice neighborhood, I left the door open, snapped his picture, and put a small gun to his head. Then all my girls rushed in and took what shit was ours, the trick just looking helpless, and he knew we had blackmail, so kept his trap shut. Once everyone was done, we thanked him for helping a girl out and left him pistol whipped and bleeding.
Wow.
The next time, knocking the trick out was just how it started. They have a lot more money when you take what you decide you're worth, lol. These actions will become casual, normal, and writing a communique about all your criminal ultra-queer violence and destruction might feel out of place. Who else do you know who could really do with a hit squad with analysis? Playing fair means just playing. Sell shit to your enemies, later, someone else from your crew robs them of what they were just sold. Repeat on and on and on. Throw the driver out of fancy cars, sell the parts. When things are awry, cops concentrated in one area, power outages, storms, house fires, whatever, is an opportunity to run wild. Maybe you can provoke them. Break into a condo party and burn it down. Knock some asshole out when they're alone and leave them on their friend's doorstep.
I'm so dumb.
3 of us were just walking around for about 2 hours on some business after a party, just venting to each other when this fashy white SUV pulls up alongside us. Now we always look good, and he want to know how much we asked all together? And he was like, yeah, so we got into his car and it was just something about how this motherfucker talked that I don't really know how, but we knew what we wanted to do with this guy, so we put the knife to his throat and robbed his ass clean, then slapped his head on the steering wheel till he passed out.
Well, that's nice.
Then it was just a free car, so what else would we do but ride till the tank was empty? Anarchists have this bad tendency to shy away from power, mostly because they really want to keep themselves useless, something about vested class interests and trace liberalism. Rebels for play. For us, as we get worse, our hunger only grows. I want all the dumbass queer haters to start shit. Sometimes you get tired of waiting around and just start throwing things first because fuck 'em. You get all urgent and relentless and just want to explode tensions and push things beyond their breaking point so you can laugh together afterwards and do it again. And that's when things get good. Fight everywhere, stay in the thick of it, get tight with your crew. No conclusions. We were serious when we said BB should die and be reborn as a hella vicious street gang.
Oh!
Really, we've been veering.
We were serious when we said Bashback should die and be reborn as a hella vicious street gang. Really, we've been veering towards this from day one. This was written 13 years ago.
Really, we've been veering towards this from day one. It's what all the anarcho-managers have been wringing their hands trying to stave off. A couple of us already went there. We just didn't write the communiques because this shit got normal. Of course, none of this.
They're using the word communiques. Someone asked, like, okay, so how do they communicate with each other if there's no leader and it's all decentralized? Communiques are one of the ways they communicate with each other. If you go onto the anarchist library and you just look up the term communique, you're going to find a whole bunch of stuff. So a communique might be something. During the Columbia University encampment, the original one in 2024, the people in the Columbia University encampment were writing communiques to communicate with other college encampments all over the country saying, here's what we did and here's what was effective. there was also another college, I think it was at Humboldt State University, I could be wrong about that. There was a college in California that like took over and occupied a building. They wrote a communique about, here's how we took over and occupied the building. There was another incident in California where they went, I think, to the University of California president's office, and they basically destroyed it, and they released a whole bunch of like bugs and cockroaches and stuff like that in the president's office. They wrote a communique about that. Here's how we fucked up the president's office. I think that was actually called Boink. I covered it on my channel at the time. So there are all sorts of communiques, and the communiques are basically how they talk to other cells all over the country to say, here is what we're doing, here's what worked, here's what was effective, here's what's not effective. You can also find these on Crime Think's website. So during the June protests, they were writing communiques all over the country, different protest groups, where like groups in Austin, Texas were saying, here's what we did during the protests. Groups in Los Angeles were saying that, groups in Chicago, and they were publishing all these things. So they were communicating with each other. So there's no hierarchy. There's no leader saying, here's what you have to do. But they're all sharing information with each other about, here's what is effective, here's what's not effective. The scary part about this is the violent rage that is being allowed to fester unchecked. Bro, I know. Part of the reason I have an attitude about this stuff is I have been screaming about this for literally years, and all that happens with the conservative influencer set is they call me insane and they lie about me and smear me. So not only have I been covering this bullshit for years where no one else has even been touching it, I can't get anyone to pay attention to it, and it's fucking maddening. It's maddening because now you're seeing, when you see their documents, you see exactly what I see. I'm like, this is a violent, militant cult that has gone completely unchecked for years, that is operating completely unopposed, and all of the conservative bullshit artists are pretending they've never heard of it when they have. From me, explicitly, many times.
Of course, none of this means you suddenly isolate yourself into crews and crew only, never speaking with anyone else. We hang out with whoever all the time. But you might find that the more your crew makes the war visible, the more it will resonate with other people you might not have expected. Excitement is the medium of social war generalized. Also, don't act like a preacher. Go ahead and start raising money now for when you or someone you know gets arrested. Not everyone knows the anarcho-lingo, and while some words are worth going to war over, most language politics are middle-class preoccupations. A final clarification.
Hey, look at the for farther reading towards the queerest insurrection. There it is. Tiffanel over on Rumble says, they won't even read my super chats. I pay them money and use your name and they won't read it. Yeah, I know. You guys want to do a fun experiment? Try sending a super chat about me to Tim Pool and see if he'll read it. Someone once sent Tim Pool a $500 super chat telling him to talk to me. Tim wouldn't read it. So, and this happens literally anytime. Like, you saw what Jeremy from the Quartering did. He's like, oh yeah, that bitch is insane. This is what they do. I'm not saying send Tim Pool $500. Definitely do not. No one should say, if you're going to send a $500 super chat, you send it here, okay? But like, I'm just saying, there was actually a time one time when someone sent Tim $500 fucking dollars, and he wouldn't read the super chat because it was about me. So this is how much all of these bullshit con artists have been trying to hide this shit from you. It's like, you guys don't even know. Anyway, let's finish this up.
A final clarification. When we say anarchist, we mean living in conflict with capital and all the social relations created therein. Until class society is ended, we want nothing but eternal war. If you're still doing that anarcho-activist manager thing, whether in its liberal or the recent reactionary insurrectionist version, go die.
Oh, that's nice. And then they've got a list of things we should read, and at the very top of that list is Towards the Queerest Insurrection, which we literally read yesterday. We got to check out the rest of this stuff too. So that, my friends, is Be Gay Do Crime, published in 2012. You can see they're talking about openly creating violence and chaos. This is called I Don't Bash Back, I Shoot First. You can find this in the Anarchist Library. And that is the document that we just read that is 13 years old that predicted all of the bullshit that we are dealing with right now. And it's all been out there for years and no one else has read it. Let's get into the main event. We are now listening to an interview. This stream's going a little long, but that's all right. We are going to be listening to an interview with the author or editor of the book, Queer Ultraviolence, the Bashback Anthology. We have read this book on my channel before. I would encourage everyone, if you want to be really disturbed, go and read this book because there's a lot of messed up stuff in this book. We may have to revisit it at some point because of all the new people. We're going to be reviving the Counter-Revolutionary Book Club because we have to. But what I want to do today is listen to this interview with the editor of this book, and we're going to listen to what they have to say. So I haven't listened to this. We're going to discover this together. And let's just jump into it and see what they said.
Horizontal Power Hour, your source for anarchist thought, culture, and politics. Today, we have a section from a talk given by Tegan.
Oh, and this is this is like 12 or 13 years old. So this is a long ass. Actually, let me show you this before we get started. The talk we're listening to, January 5th, 2013, so 12 years old, almost 13 years old. Horizontal Power Hours recording of a talk given at Wesleyan University. So the talk that we're about to hear, which is going to be about violent queer militancy, was given at Wesleyan University, which is in Massachusetts, in 2013. This is not some just one-off, podcast. This was a university talk, okay?
And Ianelli, the co-author of a brand new anthology entitled Queer Ultraviolence, which chronicles the queer anarchist non-organization Bashback.
Okay, so I'm Tegan, and I just wanted to thank everyone for coming today. So obviously this is going to be a book talk about this book that I co-edited called Queer Ultraviolence, and I'm going to get to that in a minute, but I kind of want to just talk about like a few projects that I'm involved with, just to plug them real quick. This book wouldn't have been possible without...
Okay, Tegan, hang on, calm down. What can I say? The corruptible conservative influencers will always be corruptible. Oh, the only incorruptible like Karlyn are truly incorruptible. Well, I do try, Andre, and your donations and super chats and support help out a lot.
A printing project in the Bay Area where I live called LBC Books, which publishes anarchist and otherwise radical books, and it's like entirely a DIY operation, and they print our books, and it's pretty amazing working with them. So I live in San Francisco, which has kind of been home to like this whole range of struggles over the past 3 years, especially. And so a lot of what I'm going to say and the kind of argumentation I'll make is situated within that. So Nick, I apologize if the context is different here. I guess I want to first talk about the fact that for me, this book was, in a large part, it was a cathartic project in that Bashback for me, and so the text and the theory anthologized here, the events that are described, is a thing that, like, for the better part of like 4 or 5 years of my life, like, was like
that's as high as the volume can go.
Engaged with, like, a lot of my most intimate and personal relationships come out of it. A lot of repression that came down on like people I'm really close to came out of it, and so writing this book for the last year has been an exercise in getting to like reflect on things that I have been convenient to forget. And I want to emphasize this because I think that in a time period like ours, reflection and remembrance is really important. Specifically in the context, at least like on the West Coast, there's this huge social struggle unfolding, this anti-police struggle and anti-capitalist struggle. And so I think that like memory,
anti-capitalist,
reflection, and like catharsis in a way are like really important for those who engage in these types of struggles, because if we like just simply move quickly from like one issue to the next and one demonstration to the next and one occupation to the next without actually like reflecting on like the ways it affects us personally and the ways it affects other people around us, I think we're just totally doomed to make these same mistakes over and over again. And so I actually found that it was interesting to reflect on this past cycle of struggle for me as someone who's also engaging in like the anti-police struggles and the anti-capitalist struggle in the Bay Area currently, because it offers a lot of discrete lessons. And so a lot of my talk is going to be about that. And it's going to be about the kind of like dual nature of catharsis and reflection that like comes from memory. So that being said, I guess for me, Bashback was a really personal project. I come from Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and which is actually the town where Bashback started. And it was interesting because for me, I came to like,
I'm trying to get my mic set up on a little stand so you won't have to like hear me like talk weird anymore. But like just said, Tegan is from Milwaukee. I promise you, Tegan was in the fucking Mary Nardini gang. Mary Nardini gang started in Milwaukee. Bashback started in the Midwest. Tegan was in the fucking Mary Nardini gang.
When I ran away from like my hometown and like moved to Milwaukee, like I got really involved with the anarchist culture there and like the different anarchist projects that were happening. But I kind of experienced my involvement with that as a huge lack of any analysis about gender, analysis about queerness. And I think in part it was because of, in part, there's this kind of reactionary tendency that responds to the way that like theories of queerness and queer politics have been so like subsumed within the last 20 and 30 years with like not the nonprofit industrial complex, the academy, the left, and like the institutionalized left in general. And so I think there's a huge aversion among anarchist and anti-statist groups to like want to talk about these things. And so for me, Bashback was an important project to start because it opened up space within that for what I saw as being like a necessary intervention to talk about, to like create space within already existing resistance struggles to talk about gender and to talk about sexuality and to talk about identity. And to me, it was just like, this was important because like part of my like process of radicalization was like experiencing the films of John Waters and like the novels of Jean Genet and the novels of James Baldwin and like kind of this like whole canon of work that starts from the position of like the excluded and the marginalized and like then comes up with this like really scathing critique of heteronormative, racialized, gendered society. And to me, any critique of capital and any critique of the world we live in has to start from the perspective of our like own lived experience. And so Bashback for me was an experiment in that and like a way to try to like begin a project that would correspond to such a.
Okay. Is this mic better now? Is the mic better? Now that I have it on a little stand, I'll have to get it on a thing or something so it can be close to my mouth, but I think that's better. Okay, we're back. Look at that.
So yeah, like I said, I was involved with Bashback Milwaukee, which was one of the first chapters and also one of the first to formally break up, in part because of a lot of the contradictions and tensions that I'll get to later. Part of when I stopped being formally involved with Bashback was when I was named in a lawsuit that stemmed from an action at this place called Mount Hope Church, which is this like, giant mega church in Michigan, which funds, among other things, like one of the largest anti-abortion campaigns in the country. It funds all these ex-gay camps. It funds these things called hell houses, where like teenagers go into them as if they think they're haunted houses, but then you see like people with AIDS and people having abortions rotting in hell. And so Mount Hope is this like really despicable institution, and also like happened to be a place where one of the members of Bashback Lansing had been forced to go to church their whole life. And so people had planned this disruption of a sermon there, which actually got a lot of attention. Bill O'Reilly described the action as like terrorism, and it was, people compared it to like US soldiers getting massacred in Afghanistan, and like because people like went into this congregation and like threw condoms, and I mean it was pretty tame actually. But anyway, so I was listed in a lawsuit with that in 2009, and the result of that lawsuit is that I am formally banned, myself and all my co-defendants, we are formally banned from all places of worship in the United States by the federal government. So I guess they can do it. I can't go into anything. So anyways, I guess like that's kind of like my formal involvement with Bashback, and like after leaving that, I was involved with a lot of like the more theoretical projects that came out of it. But I want to talk about some experiences that happened in Milwaukee after Bashback ended. And I think these will illustrate for me like kind of the gravity that I would attach to this project and like why they're so important to me. Like one incident was like a summer night in 2009 and I was at home reading, which I often do on summer nights, and because I'm a bit of a recluse. And my partner at the time called and essentially said that there was.
Okay, so I want to answer this question from Thomas. Oh, that's so much better. That's so much better. Okay, Mike W. Okay, Thomas says, "Is the bashback movement on the rise?" Okay, again, for people to understand the timeline, because understanding the timeline is actually really important. Bashback was primarily active between 2008 and 2012. This book, Queer Ultraviolence, a Bashback Anthology, was written in 2012. This talk that we're listening to was given in 2013. Bashback has tried to reconstitute itself a couple of times. They tried to reconstitute themselves in 2016 when Trump got elected. They did a little bit. They tried to reconstitute themselves a couple of years later. They also tried to reconstitute themselves again in 2023. They actually had like an event or a meeting. Kind of none of those things really took off. The most recent, though, is that they did show up at Turning Point USA events in April. They showed up at a walkaway protest in West Hollywood, California back in May. There have been a lot of posts on Blue Sky about Bashback. And at the end of last year, after Trump got reelected, Bashback released a new manifesto basically announcing their reconstitution. Bashback had a table at the Los Angeles Anarchist Book Fair in May. So had they fully reconstituted? No. But we're starting to see just a lot more mentions of Bashback. And there are stickers everywhere. The symbology is everywhere. We're starting to see, there was a reference to it on the cover of a magazine in Oregon that a lot of people have seen that magazine with the tranny with the gun. It specifically said Bashback. So do I think it's on the rise? Yeah, I do. I think they're starting to get organized. And again, Bashback is separate from Antifa. They are not the same thing. So this is something that's kind of in flux, but I think they're trying to reconstitute themselves.
What amounted to a lynch mob of frat boys chasing them and all of my friends around the east side of Milwaukee, which is kind of where all the frats are, and trying to kill them. Like, they were on motorcycles chasing them, and like, we're going to get you faggots. When we get you, we're going to kill you. And our immediate response, because in part of the types of relationships that were created through Bashback, was that by making a handful of phone calls immediately, we were able to mobilize cars, people, baseball bats, and like go drive to this other part of town and like rescue our friends. And like ultimately nothing terrible happened from it. And to a huge extent, I think it's not necessarily because of the project of Bashback itself, but because of an ethic that came about through that project, wherein you take the dangers and traumas that the people you love face very seriously, and that like you take their word for it, and if they tell you I need help, then you believe them, and that you go to their aid as soon as possible, and that you like have resources at your disposal, you have knowledge at your disposal, and you have like a way of proceeding at your disposal which allows you to act. And so to me that's really important. And this played out actually again a year later when, interestingly enough, I had been living in San Francisco at the time, and Frey, the co-editor of the anthology, had come to San Francisco to visit me, and we were like having a meeting about it. And it just happened that like the night that we were having a meeting talking about this book, the Giants won the World Series and a sports riot unfolded. And never being ones to miss excitement, we went out there just for a stroll. And Frey and his partner were attacked by this gang of like bizarre hipster skater bros, which is a weird mix of people that only exist in the Bay. But anyways, so they were attacking Frey and his partner with U-locks, bottles. It was the two of them defending themselves against 8 people, and they were just like being totally like fucked up, and they were getting fucked up. And so when me and the people I was with realized what was happening, we intervened, and like, because again of like most of the people I was with were people who came out of the Bashback milieu, and so again we were prepared. Like, we just have a tendency of leaving the house with pepper spray and stun guns and like other implements to defend.
Hang on. We got another question. What is the worst or most dangerous queer group? Bashback. Honestly, this. But, I mean, listen, you guys have got to stop the challenge with this, and I understand that conservatives have a very specific way that they look at things. You have to understand that the left does not operate in the same way as you do. They don't necessarily think about, like, of course, there are many different groups on the left, but we're talking about anarchists. Anarchists don't believe in organization in the way that you believe in organization. They don't believe in hierarchy in the way that you believe in hierarchy. They don't believe in structure in the way that you believe in structure. And so it's hard to say this is the most dangerous queer group because it's kind of like these things are all decentralized, right? There's not any there's no official membership roles in a lot of these groups. So it's not like it's not they're all bad. It's what we're concerned about is the ideology. Does the group subscribe to queer ideology or not? And queer being an anti-capitalist ideology. So it's not about the specific group. It's about what is the ideology and what are they doing with that information. Average person, I posted the Queer Ultraviolence sticker thing to the Twitter chat. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Ourselves with, and because of that, we were able to fight back these people who were trying to murder my best friend, and we're able to like get my friend into a taxi, get him to the hospital. And so for me, it's just like my engagement with Bashback is something that, like, though the project has formally ended, the life project that accompanies it like continues, and that's the life
that's the one, Reagan.
Being able to like forcibly assert like that you exist, and forcibly assert like a defense of the people you care about. The other instance I want to talk about also happened in Milwaukee, and this happened in May of 2010. A trans woman named Chanel Larkin, who is also a street-based sex worker in Milwaukee, got picked up by a John and named Andrew Oligarsaru, and which I'm not going to say his last name again because it's difficult. But anyway, so Chanel got picked up by this John named Andrew, and when she disclosed to him that she was trans, he told her to get out of the car, which she did. And then as soon as she got out of the car, he pulled a gun and shot her 3 times in the head, killing her. So, and this was a person who was like pretty well known in the queer community of Milwaukee. Like she did all kinds of like really good work with street-based sex workers and was still a worker herself. And like this touched a lot of people. And people found out that this man, Andrew, lived in the neighborhood that happened to be where most of the like kind of queer people and anarchists in Milwaukee live, which is called River West. And so one night there was a show, a drag show, 2 nights after Chanel was murdered, that was for this like drag group in Milwaukee, and an anonymous flyer circulated calling for a Reclaim the Night march in her honor. And so like I wasn't involved with organizing things at this time, but like I went to the march because it seemed like a really important thing to do. And the Reclaim the Night march crossed the bridge into the neighborhood, and then people in the march announced that people were going to the home of this man Andrew, who had murdered Chanel, and you know, if people wanted to come, it was probably going to get a little intense, but people should join if they wanted to. And it made a turn, went up 3 blocks, at which point people lit about a dozen torches, went to the man's house, smashed out all the windows, threw the torches inside, and left. And as I was leaving the scene, I was like shocked at like how crazy that was, but also it like felt this like kind of intense sense of empowerment. And people who I had never met before were like, wow, I wonder if this was done by Bashback, which was interesting because Bashback didn't exist in Milwaukee and hadn't existed at that point for about 2 years. So to me, the events described in this book aren't limited to this book. Like they tap into this current within queer life, which is that like violence is a given. It exists. This is like the condition of our reality, and that the choices people have are like how to respond to that. And
so in queer life, violence is a given. It's part of their reality. And the choice for queer activists, anti-capitalist, far left, all that stuff, anti-gender, is how do we respond to the violence? Listen again.
Bashback, which was interesting because Bashback didn't exist in Milwaukee and hadn't existed at that point for about 2 years. So to me, the events described in this book aren't limited to this book. Like they tap into this current within queer life, which is that like violence is a given. It exists. This is like the condition of our reality, and that the choices people have are like how to respond to that. And so I guess, yeah, I don't want people to read this historically. I want people to read this book like as something that they can annex into their own life experience, as something that like if they find themselves in it, then like they should use it. And like I think it would be wrong to see like the ideas and the tendencies described herein as being foreclosed or like closed off to a certain period of time, because they're not. And I actually think like I'll get into this more, but with the current crisis we're facing, I think like the issues, like I don't think it's getting better. I don't think it does get better. I think that people need to bash back. So I guess I'll get more to talking about the book now. Trying to write a story that's a comprehensive story about bash back is a really queer problem in and of itself, in that the bashback was never a determinate thing. At times it was like an activist group that had above ground meetings and people would join it. At times it was a name attached to communiques claiming clandestine actions against heterosexist institutions. At times it was dance parties, street parties, sex parties. At times it was like people squatting houses. At times it was like people's living situations. At times it was just like what people had to do in immediate moments in bars and on the streets.
I want people to listen for something specifically. I want people to listen to if in the description of bashback that this person is giving, and again, this person was involved with the bashback movement. He was intimately involved in it. Does he mention Antifa or anti-fascist organizing? Does he mention Black Bloc? Does he mention direct action that we associate with Antifa specifically? Because if bashback is really just a set of Antifa, as Andy No wants you to believe, then the person who lived and breathed this experience wrote an entire book about this experience that doesn't mention Antifa at all, by the way. He should be talking about it. The reason he's not going to be talking about it, and we'll listen to it, and so you guys can hear for yourself, I'm not making this up, but the reason he's not talking about it is this is a completely separate thing than Antifa. Oh.
To survive. At times those theory groups. And so like trying to tell one narrative is really difficult because it just isn't one narrative. And I like this problem because it touches on, these problems of queer existence, which are that, we can't simplify things into like one static form, and that like queerness as a problem itself, like is something that's eternally problematizing how we understand categories. And so the book is structured in a way where...
Wait a second. What was that about categories? Listen to that again.
Queerness as a problem itself, like, is something that's eternally problematizing how we understand categories.
Queerness is eternally problematizing how we understand categories. Okay. What do you guys need to know about this? I'm keeping this at a very high level. The ultimate goal of queer is the elimination of all identity categories. So people think the left plays identity politics. Democrats play identity politics. Liberals play identity politics. For queer Marxists and queer activists, they want the opposite of that. They want the elimination of all categories. So I'll give you an example. The reason they want the elimination of all categories is they believe all categories are socially constructed based on capitalism, based on the needs of capitalism. And if they get rid of all categories, that is going to inherently abolish capitalism. For instance, they believe that capitalism created the socially constructed categories of men and women. That is the gender binary. Their answer to the socially constructed categories of men and women is a third category called non-binary. Non-binary means no binary. It means existing outside of the categories that capitalism created in the gender binary. But when you get more into some of the more advanced reading, there's documents about gender nihilism. And we'll read those documents someday. Those documents are great. Gender nihilist documents argue for the elimination of non-binary as a category as like the final act, because even though they created the category of non-binary as a way to get people outside of the gender binary, the category of non-binary is still a category. And eventually they want to eliminate that as well. Because when you eliminate all categories, you eliminate all oppression, you eliminate all hierarchy. So what he just said, queer is about problematizing how we understand categories. The reference there is socially constructed categories by capitalism. Does that make sense?
And so the book is structured in a way where we kind of do this, almost facetiously structure it so that there's a section of communiques. Yeah.
Just real quick, why did it flashback exist?
It existed from 2007 and formally disbanded. It started in 2007 in Milwaukee. It formally disbanded in 2010 in Denver. But a lot of people, there are things included in here.
There were things that happened after that. That's not when it disbanded.
Last year that were things done and published by the people who came out of that milieu. So the milieu that Bashback arose in still exists, but as a name, it ended in 2010. There were about 20 Bashback chapters throughout the country. Most of them centered in the Midwest, but also some in the Pacific Northwest and the East Bay of California, and a few in the Northeast. I'll get to a lot of that more too. But so I guess the book is structured on the one hand as communiques, which is a compilation of these texts that have been released claiming responsibility for actions, and then the second part of it is theory. And this, to an extent, this is a false dichotomy, as like there wasn't necessarily a distinction within Bashback between those who acted and those who theorized. And often the communiques are pretty theoretical and the theory pieces are like kind of based in people's experiences. So it's a false dichotomy, but it really was kind of necessary for the sake of like shaping the book and like the type of writing that came out. Frey, who couldn't make it today, is actually the person who compiled the communiques. And so a lot of what I'm going to talk about is just going to be citing his work in this. But I think the communiques are really interesting because I think a communique as a form of expression is really important to our time period, where as like this struggle is unfolding and as like this crisis is deepening and people are going to have to take more like dramatic action and like experiment with ways of surviving and resisting within capitalism, I think that the communique as a form is useful because it's a way of communicating our experiences and communicate if it's done right. It's a way of communicating the lessons learned from our experiments and our actions. And so I'm really excited that like in this book we have 250 pages of communiques. Again, there's problems with like trying to separate that from theory because I think they are theoretical. So I guess I'll just talk about how they're organized. The communiques are organized into 9 sections. The first of which is called Unconventional Queers. And this grouping of communiques deals with the...
Can you guys hear me? Can you guys hear me? Can you guys hear me at all? Okay, I think we're back. What the fuck is going on with StreamYard, man? This is really starting to piss me off. What is going on with Stream? Okay, whatever. We're back. I'm not going to complain. We're just going to keep going.
Theoretical. So I guess I'll just talk about how they're organized. The communiques are organized into 9 sections. The first of which is called Unconventional Queers. And this grouping of communiques deals with the context that Bashback like emerged from, which was a call to participate in the resistance against the Republican National Convention in 2008. And so starting in 2007, queers in the Midwest participated in the organizing against the conventions and planned like a series of queer blockades at the...
I just want people to understand, they in 2008, Bashback protested both the Republican convention and the Democrat convention. So again, I say this for people who are new, people who've been around a while understand this. Bashback is not Democrats. They are not liberals. They are not progressives. They do not like the Democrats. They do not vote for the Democrats. They don't campaign for the Democrats. They think the Democrats are a capitalist party that is no different than the Republicans. So you hear them talking about protesting the Republican convention right now. That might give a certain impression, but they also in the same year protested the Democrat convention. So they hate both major parties equally. Pretty much everyone on the left is anti-Zionist. Now, the left doesn't know about the Jewish stuff. They don't care about the Jewish stuff. They don't care about the JQ. They don't know anything about that. But they are very, very, very anti-Israel because Israel are the settler colonists that stole the land from the Palestinians. That is why they dislike Israel. You know what? I have to say, I watched Nick Fuentes last night, and Nick actually said this, and I was like, Nick, have you been listening to me? Nick does follow me, by the way. Like we know each other, like we're friendly. But like, so Nick on his show last night said that Israel, the left considers Israel to be the settler colonists, and I was like, oh. And also, Nick on his show last week said something about queer being like a mutated strain of Marxism, and I was like, Nick, have you been listening to me? Because I think he actually does. I think he does actually pay attention to what I say. Sometimes, maybe not all the time, but sometimes he does. So yeah. So what Nick said on his show last night was right. And what he said is that the left doesn't like Israel because Israel are the settler colonists that stole the land. And I was so proud of our boy. I was so proud of our boy for getting it right. I was like, oh man, Nick, smarter than everyone else. Again, Karlyn, I got paid on Friday, so I'll send you some dollars to help find work out here. I have some work to do locally soon. We'll drop information if I get something juicy. Love you. Thank you, two ladies. I appreciate that.
Republican National Convention, which would join this broader strategy where anarchists and anti-capitalists were planning to make blockades to shut down the Republican Convention. This section is really interesting in a lot of ways. It deals with kind of some of the problems that came with the emergence of Bashback. An interesting anecdote is that in the Spokes Council the night before the Republican Convention protests, where all the people who came there to resist were having a huge meeting, and one of the main organizers of the RNC Welcoming Committee, which was the main primarily straight anarchist group in Minneapolis at the time, talked about how it was maybe important to make some distinctions between the hard barricades, the hetero barricades, and then the fluffy ones like the Bashback barricade, which was interesting because the posters for that were promoting that blockade were all just like pictures of queer people burning cop cars in San Francisco. But gay people aren't violent, and gay people don't resist militantly, so it's fluffy. So this was an interesting time period because it really was this group of people who had gone unrecognized within militant resistance circles, especially at the time period, intentionally creating a space to participate in those things. So yeah, that I actually think this section is less important because it was really just how things began, and I want to get to some of the other ones instead. The next section is called Forging a Praxis of Vengeance, and I guess if anyone is going to read only one section of this book, I would really want them to read the communiques in this section because they deal with some of the most intense actions that happened from Bashback, or at least the communiques claiming actions. There's a communique from someone in Bashback Lansing talking about being attacked in a bar and how their crew fought back against their attacker. There's discussions of Oscar Grant riots in California and people's experiences of that. There's talk about different attacks against racist heterosexist police institutions. I think it's really important, but I think I could theorize for a long time about the concept of vengeance because I think it's under theorized, but instead I'm just going to read a communique that's on the longer.
I cannot emphasize this enough, guys. These movements are not well funded. These movements are not funded by any specific group of people. I know you want me to say yes, but I can't. Bashback was not a well-funded movement. Bashback was a bunch of people getting together, drawing signs on poster boards, and throwing glitter at churches. That's what they did. They didn't do anything that cost... Guys, most people on the far left are not doing things that cost a lot of money. They're doing things that take energy and focus, but they're not doing things that cost a lot of money. They're printing shit out on their home printers. They're making signs out of poster board. They're doing marches. They're doing protests. They're breaking stuff. They're smashing things. They're not doing things that require a lot of money. So have I ever found Jewish money involved? No, because this was not a well-funded effort.
Side from this section that was actually published after Bashback stopped existing, but was circulated through the kind of like infrastructure that existed that came out of Bashback. November 13th, 2011, Chicago. Police cars attacked as vengeance for Shelley Hilliard. In the wee hours of the morning of November 13th, a banner was dropped on a bridge over the I-9.
See, this is what they're talking about. They attacked police cars. They dropped banners. So he's about to start reading from the book. And in the book, he's going to tell you these are the direct actions they took. So what he's reading from in the book are part of the book is a series of communiques. I told you guys communiques are basically documents that leftists write to communicate with other leftist groups about what they did and why it was effective or why it wasn't effective. So he's about to read you from their internal communiques, their internal communication. Here is what we did. Here is why we did it. And you guys are going to find out these are not things that cost a lot of money to do.
Existed that came out of Bashback. November 13th, 2011. Chicago.
Shit.
Police cars attacked as vengeance for Shelley Hilliard.
Thank you. Appreciate it,
In the
DJ.
wee hours of the morning of November 13th, a banner was dropped on a bridge over the I-90-94 in Chicago reading, "Don't mourn, attack, avenge Shelley." And 3 police vehicles were disabled in response to the brutal murder of a young trans woman named Shelley Treasure Hilliard, whose torso was found next to the same highway, I-94 in Detroit this past week. It is easy to become lost in the sorrow of the brutal violence of gender that exposes the bodies of trans women to a 1 in 12 chance of violent death at the hands of the partisans defending this wretched society. But our violence is the alchemy that can tear into a potent poison dripping down the throats of the social order. Take action to avenge Shelley's death and to remind us all that in the face of terror of prisons, police, and queer bashings, that it is our obligation to bash back against all that would destroy us. We look forward to hearing.
Hang on, got another super chat. Thank you guys for this generous super chats. I really appreciate it. Russell, just found you a couple days ago. I've learned so much. I had no idea. I know. Well, welcome. I'm glad you've learned a lot. Stick around. There's a lot more to learn. And I appreciate you. I appreciate everyone that's new to the channel and new to the content. And you go make sure you subscribe. Make sure you share my workout. Make sure you share the Substack. Get subscribed to the Substack. Make sure you take the classes on the Substack, all that stuff. So I have a lot of resources that I'm trying to create right now for people. And I really appreciate all the support. Thank you guys.
More attacks for Shelley and for all those and for all of us in the coming weeks. Solidarity to all the trans women and gender rebels surviving in the belly of the prison and under the guns of the pigs. Solidarity to the comrades in the US, Mexico, Greece, Chile, and many other places that have chosen to attack now and face the violence of the law. Solidarity with those whose survival has been made criminal and who are reclaiming their ability to struggle. Yours in the gender strike, some ticked off trannies with knives. And then this communique was responded to a week later with another communique from the Pacific Northwest, claiming another series of attacks in solidarity with and in vengeance for trans women who had been murdered or otherwise
exactly
this year.
Exactly.
And this communique is kind of triggering, so just a warning. It's called From Tea Lights to Torches, Delinquent Alternatives to the Transgender Day of Remembrance and the Trans Attacks to Come. As thousands of people in cities all across the world gathered on November 20th to memorialize the 23 transgender women that were murdered in the past year, some of us decided to skip the opportunity of silently listening to the politicians of the trans community recite the names of the dead over candlelight, romantic as it sounded. Instead, we ventured into the mist and fog of a Northwest autumn night and made several attacks as small gestures of antagonism towards the state, the bashers, and the leftists who used the blood of trans women to build campaigns for hate crime legislation and reform. We are against hate crime legislation because we are against prisons, against the infuriating portrayal of police as protectors, against rising for their judges in their detestable courtrooms, against, though not surprised in the least by, the way that such legislation is used to defend those in positions of power and because we are, at heart, hate-filled criminal enemies of the society. By the end of the night, several surfaces and institutions that we hate have been subject to vandalism by the trans symbol. Too many deaths, not enough dead pigs, and 20 feet of silver letters across a darkly painted business rooftop reading "Vengeance for Shelley Hilliard, Circle A, #back." Shelley Hilliard, also known as Treasure, was a 19-year-old trans woman from Detroit who was identified by a tattoo earlier this month after her burned torso was found on the side of the highway. Chrissy Bates was found stabbed to death in her Minneapolis apartment in January in a brutal murder that was described in the newspapers as overkill. Tyra Trent was strangled to death in her Baltimore apartment in February. Miss Nate Eugene Davis was shot and left behind a Houston dumpster in June. Lachey McLean was shot in the street in Washington, D.C. in July. Camilla Guzman was stabbed to death by a John in New York City in August. Gaurav Gopalan died from trauma to the head in September, and Chastity Vickers was shot in Hollywood just 4 days ago on November 16th. These are just a few examples of transsexual homicides in the U.S. Alone that made headlines this year. Women whose lives and death get summed up by reporter after snake-eyed reporter who can barely manage to contain their contempt for the queer and make no effort whatsoever to disguise their disdain for anyone alleged to have been a criminal or a whore. Funeral services become the rushed lowering of mangled corpses into the ground in anticipation of a grave on which to spit. This was exemplified by the pastor at Lachey McLean's funeral, who repeatedly referred to her by male pronouns and went as far as to incite a mass walkout of the many trans attendants by claiming that, quote, when you...
Hang on. I'm still confused why they use the word trans woman. For queer Marxists, the term trans does not mean transition. It means transcend or transform. So when they're using the word trans woman, they don't mean trans as in gone from a man to a woman or a woman to a man. They don't mean it as transition. They mean it as they've transcended gender or they transform gender to indicate they are no longer part of the gender binary. So it's a trick with the language. You really have to listen closely to make sure you understand it. But that is why they use the word trans. They also say the word trans and queer separately to indicate that trans and queer are not the same thing, because queer is a political ideology, whereas trans is a gender identity. But again, when they're saying trans, they're not saying transition from a man to a woman or woman to a man. They're saying go transcend the gender binary, transform the gender binary.
Live a certain lifestyle, this is the consequence you have to pay. End quote. While we remember our dead, let us not forget about those still struggling, especially those who are facing charges and are living lives in cages. In June, Catherine Carlson was sentenced to 10 years in an Idaho prison after being convicted of first-degree arson, unlawful possession of a bomb, using a hoax destructive device, and indecent exposure. Before her conviction, she had locked herself in her trailer for years and left only when necessary, approximately once every 10 days, when she needed food and could no longer subsist off coffee alone. Every time she left her home, she was taunted by the police. Despite having her name legally changed for over 3 decades, she couldn't get her given name removed from her license. She was jailed on 4 occasions for driving without a license in her stubborn and inspiring refusal to acknowledge the state's attempts at controlling her gender. Eventually, this torment led to rupture. Catherine constructed what appeared to be 4 pipe bombs, left them next to propane tanks, set her trailer and her truck on fire, and walked down the highway naked until being stopped and arrested. She is currently being held in the whole of a men's prison despite having had sex reassignment surgery. On the night of June 5th in Minneapolis, Krishan CC McDonald was harassed outside of a bar for being black and trans and had a glass smashed in her face by a neo-Nazi named Dean Schmitz. A fight broke out, and minutes later, her attacker, Dean Schmitz, had been fatally stabbed. CC was arrested, charged with murder, got bailed out after a month in isolation, and is currently awaiting trial. 3 trans women were arrested in connection to a flash mob attack on a New York City Dunkin' Donuts that happened on Christopher Street on the night of May 16th. Christopher Street has a rich history of queer and trans resistance, including the Stonewall riots, and an apparent inability to rid itself of the fierce homeless trans youth it is known for despite decades of gentrification and quality of life campaigns. During the flash mob, 24 transgender youth stormed the shop, threw chairs, destroyed expensive coffee machines, and looted goods. Those arrested have been charged with assault, criminal mischief, menacing, rioting, and criminal possession of a weapon. In August, off-duty police officer Kenneth Furr took it upon himself to remind us that police are the absolute enemy. He became angry when 3 trans women in DC refused complicity in his entitled assumption that his pig salary could buy any trans body he encountered on the street. So angry, in fact, that he climbed onto the roof of the car and shot the passengers inside. One woman was grazed by a bullet, one was shot in the hand, and the brother of one of the women was shot in the chest. The cops were kind enough to show up and escort the injured individuals to the hospital in handcuffs. A few days ago, Brooke Fantinelli was repeatedly tased in El Centro, California by a Bureau of Land Management ranger. Brooke was stopped for public intoxication while taking pictures in the desert. After being ID'd by the police officer, he told her, quote, "You used to be a guy," and then tased her with her hands up. Once she was on the ground, he tased her again, this time in the genitals. Also this month, Andrea Jones was arrested for indecent exposure.
So what they're doing here is they're talking about, and listen, you have to take everything they're saying with a grain of salt. I don't want anyone to think that just because they wrote about something in their book, that means that thing actually happened like that, because these people lie all the time. However, they believe this is true. So they believe the things they're writing are true, even if maybe they're not being really honest with what happened. But basically what they're saying is, here are a long list of reasons why trans people hate everyone and have the right to be violent. Here's all the times that trans people have been attacked by the police. Here's all the times that bad things have happened from trans people. And so that's what they're doing right now. They're setting up the stage to say trans people are inherently oppressed in society by the police, by societal norms, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And as evidence of that, here are all the different ways that violence has been enacted on trans people.
Or more accurately, for exposing the legal system as the brutally illogical apparatus of control that it is. Andrea went topless in a Tennessee DMV after they refused to change the gender on her ID to female. As a male, she said she had the legal right to take off her shirt. She was jailed for 3 weeks, lost her job, and will most likely have to register as a sex offender. As usual, the cops and the COs are free to rape us and expose us to sexual violence, meanwhile charging those they take hostage as sex offenders. Those most vulnerable to this tactic of the state are the gender variant queer inmates and black men who are demonized in the racist smear campaigns by the media as rapists every time a cop is murdered. Finally, we want to mention Amazon, a transsexual lesbian who has been in prison for the past 30 years and is serving life in California. In a letter that was published in the recent Pink and Black newsletter, she said, quote, "I am from the Gender Anarchy Collective in the prisons. We are a militant organization fighting for transsexual medicine in the form of female hormones and sex-corrective surgery, and against all forms of hate, genocide, and discrimination by the cops and prisoners alike, and are also a self-defense structure and will fight, have fought, and are fighting for hours on the yards. I am currently in the hole for, quote, battery on an inmate with a weapon. 2 other girls are in here with me, one for 3 counts of assault on a staff who jumped her. We survived by aggressive self-defense." And
who are you talking to? Who are you talking to? Why do you guys think? Hang on, sorry. Why do you guys think that if you come into my chat and you say something directed at the person in the video, that the person in the video can, what do you think the people in the video can hear you? This video is 13 years old. Do you think the people in the video can hear you? You are basically an old man yelling at the sky, and all of the rest of us are looking at you saying, what the fuck are you even doing? We are not the people in the video. The people in the video can't hear you. Just settle the fuck down and listen to what they're saying.
quote. She then proceeds to denounce activism and engagement in politics, describing instead the necessary, quote, post-apocalyptic civil war madness that must ensue, and the myth that social peace works desperately to keep from us. Quote, "Prison is government. No government in the world is going to allow anyone to deconstruct its prisons, come what may. Therefore, to abolish prisons, the government must be destroyed and overthrown," end quote. Here, to end the capitalist...
What? I'm sorry. What was that? What was that? What was that? Listen again. Everyone paying attention?
Social peace works desperately to keep from us. Quote, "Prison is government. No government in the world is going to allow anyone to deconstruct its prisons, come what may. Therefore, to abolish prisons, the government must be destroyed and overthrown."
To abolish prisons, which is one of the main goals of the far left, the government must be destroyed and overthrown. This book is 13 years old.
that must ensue, and the myth that social peace works desperately to keep from us. Quote, prison is government. No government in the world is going to allow anyone to deconstruct its prisons, come what may. Therefore, to abolish prisons, the government must be destroyed and overthrown, end quote. Here's to the end of the capitalist system and the police that imprison us to protect and here's to freedom for trans women and
here's to the end of the capitalist system. When they're talking about the capitalist system, they mean the United States government. They believe the government was created on capitalism. The Constitution was built on capitalism. To abolish the prisons, you need to abolish the government. Here's to the end of the capitalist system. Do you guys hear how they're putting those words together? The government and capitalism are inextricably linked. When they're talking about the government, the state, they're talking about the cultural model of capitalism. Okay, I need Pete and Emily to stop fucking arguing. You two need to stop arguing in the chat because you're not even arguing about something that's relevant to what's going on. So I need the two of you to listen to what, because it's highly distracting to me to see the two of you argue. So please cut it the fuck out.
Come what may. Therefore, to abolish prisons, the government must be destroyed and overthrown, end quote. Here's to the end of the capitalist system and the police that imprison us to protect and here's to freedom for trans women and freedom for us all. As our hearts burn with the losses of our loved ones, may their cities burn as well. Dean Schmitz was not the first and he will not be the last. Vengeance, not remembrance. We will not rest in peace. And so I guess if people want to talk about vengeance as a theoretical and political praxis, I want to talk about it a lot. But for now, I'm just going to let that marinate and move on. The next section of communiques is called Dispatches from the War Against.
No. You are still clinging to this idea that whiteness is about white people, and it is not. Whiteness is not about white people. It is not about skin color. Whiteness is a reference to capitalism. Whiteness, like you're saying, they want to abolish capitalism. So what you're trying to articulate is they want to abolish capitalism. That means they need to abolish white people. That's not correct. That's not right. Whiteness is capitalism. It is the system of capitalism. It has nothing to do with people. It has nothing to do with skin color. You have got to unlearn this.
God.
Oh, hang on. Super chat. Hang on. Super chat. The Aquarian TV. I'm honestly not a fan of the U.S. government, this capitalism we have, but I'm definitely not a fan of the queer stuff either. Okay. I understand that there are more than a few people in the chat that you guys don't like capitalism and you guys don't like the government we have. Okay, I understand that. What you have to understand is they do not define capitalism in the same way that you do. Capitalism is not a perfect system, granted, but they do not define capitalism in the same way that you do, so you're not talking about the same thing. And what they want is not preferable at all to what we have. What they want is going to lead to all of us starving. It's going to lead to mass violence. It's going to lead to a lot of bullshit that none of us want to experience. So I understand that people might have criticisms of capitalism, and there are certainly criticisms to be made. And I'm an anarchist. Like in real life, I am a fucking anarchist. I don't want the government to exist. However, my criticisms of the government are not the same as their criticisms. My criticism of capitalism is not the same as their criticisms. They define capitalism explicitly as private property ownership. Private property ownership means your ability to own a home, your ability to own land, your ability to own an apartment rental that you rent out as a landlord, your ability to own intellectual property, your ability to own a private business, whether or not that private business is big or small. And the biggest thing they mean by capitalism that I think a lot of people don't understand is they define parental rights as a form of capitalism. So your parental rights over your kids are a form of capitalism, okay? That's what they believe. We can talk about that more another day, but that is not the same definition you have of capitalism, I'm sure. And so we have to keep this in mind. We're just not talking about the same thing. Do you want to be able to own a house? In Germany, Hitler gave people houses for having kids. Do you want to be able to own a house? That's a yes or no question. Do you want to be able to own a house? I know exactly the argument you're making. Germany had private property ownership, guys. Germany gave people houses for having kids. Germany respected parental rights. So you're not talking about the same thing at all in any way. They do not want you to be able to own a house. They do not want you to have parental rights over your kids. Do you want that? Thanks, Pete. Appreciate it. I love when people apologize with money. Thank you. Thank you.
Which mainly cites a series of attacks against fundamentalist and Mormon churches in the United States, primarily in the Pacific Northwest. It also talks about the action that led to the lawsuit that got me banned from all of the churches in America.
Hey, Jennifer, can I be a dick? Hang on, I need a point of personal privilege. Jennifer, can we skip the show tonight, please? I'm really tired. I want to finish this stream. Can we postpone our show tonight on MK Ultra, please? I know Jennifer's in the chat, and she's going to be very nice, and she's going to let me postpone the show that we were supposed to do tonight, and we'll do the show on MK Ultra next week. Yes, can we skip the show tonight, please? Please. I'm sorry. Please. It's a really fucking busy week. I have so much shit to do just because of everything going on. I promise we'll do MK Ultra next week. I promise. Okay? Please. Yeah, we're exhausted. It's a lot. We're going to do a show on MK Ultra, but it's going to be next week because Jennifer is going to agree to skip the show tonight. Because she loves me and Jennifer always gives me what I want. Thank you, Jennifer. I appreciate you. Okay, cool.
After that is a section called Rejuvenating the Struggle Against Assimilation, which details a series of attacks against transphobic, statist, and otherwise right-wing assimilationist queer groups such as the HRC. I feel like most radical queer politics ends up only being about assimilation, and this is kind of a critique that I don't necessarily feel like I need to elaborate that much, but if people want to talk about it, I would love to. The next section, there's a
Thank
section
you, I
called,
appreciate it. Thanks for the super chat.
2009 Bashback Convergence in Chicago and Subsequent Drama, which if Frey were here, he would read at length because he is kind of the drama queen, but I'm going to skip for now just as I have a lot to cover with him being gone. Another section I think is really important is a section called Communiques from Various G20 Riots. This section talks specifically about two meetings of the Group of 20. Is everyone here familiar with the G20? So yeah, the G20 is just it's like the leaders of the 20 most powerful nations in the world who meet several times a year in order to plan their continued neoliberal domination of the world. And anyways, after the financial crisis began to unfold towards the end of 2008, they called for an emergency summit in Pittsburgh to happen in September. And at this summit, hosted by Barack Obama, it was going to be all the G20 members coming together and laying out a strategy of what they called restructuring or austerity. And basically, all of the revolts that we're seeing across the world right now are in response to the economic and government policies planned at this meeting in September. And so a call went out for anti-capitalists to descend in Pittsburgh in September of 2009 and wreck the parties of the world leaders. And a march was called specifically by Bashback Pittsburgh as a march for international queer liberation, which took place after a queer variety show where Annie Danger gave an interesting PowerPoint presentation about the history of queer riots. And afterwards, people planned this queer demonstration, and which actually turned out to be, of a whole week of rioting at the G20, was the most kind of destructive, chaotic event of the entire week. And so I want to read a little bit from the part that Frey wrote about kind of this concept of queer riots, which obviously has an important historical place. Like the entire queer liberation movement comes out of we're fed this narrative about these series of riots that comes out of like Stonewall, Compton's, Dewey's, White Knight. And so I kind of want to situate this because basically since the AB 101 riots in the early 90s in California, this was the largest queer riot that happened in my lifetime and probably in a lot of the lifetimes of people in this room. And so it's funny that it's actually was almost entirely not covered and very few people know about it. And so the section and the communiques that deal with it are really important. And they kind of also touch on a few very important theoretical points about the role of identity and struggle the role of like queerness, if it can be affirmed or it must be exists as a negation. So I'm just going to read what Frey wrote about riots. It starts with a quote from one of the communiques in the book. Fairy wands, tiaras, hammers, and masks were annexed into our limbs as dangerous prosthetics. Rocks, dumpsters, and black sequin dresses were profaned and put into use, thrown through windows, set on fire, and draped over our shoulders as a more fabulous take on riot attire. Our thresholds of self dissolved further into a flood of shattered glass and smoldering garbage across the field of play. Then he begins. To be queer is to defy the laws placed on our body by the state, the church, and all authority. In breaking these laws, we demonstrate that our bodies are our own and belong to nothing or to no one else. This criminality marvelously extends itself into the queer riot. The intentions of the queer riot are to collectively destroy the property of those who use authority against the oppressed, and to become empowered in the process. It can be of the few or it can be of the masses, but in either instance, the queer riot is a beautiful painting of the reality that our bodies, especially in riot, are indeed uncontrollable. It is true that a riot is not accessible to all bodies, but within Bashback, several attempts were made to create space for all people, despite their societal marginalization, to express their rage in such riotous manner. A conscious effort was made by fellow queers to assist those who took larger risks in the queer riot. In the streets, comrades were pushed along in wheelchairs. Those without the ability to hear, or those with the ability to hear, made sure that queers who were hard of hearing had clear lines of communications. Rioters did not judge those who were unable to participate in the physical manifestations. This is not to say that the queer riots were not flawed or that the Bashback riots were completely inclusive. Rather, we acknowledge that the separation that the state and the left recommend in regards to the type of people who can safely participate in militant struggle is and was taken as the object of the queer riots. The practice of this tendency is that people who are oppressed due to race, gender, body type, immigration status, occupation, or most other prescribed or chosen marginalized identities or conditions have the strongest desires and the strongest interests in seeing society fall, and therefore are quicker to take confrontational roles in the elimination of capitalism.
Oh, the elimination of capitalism, you say? The elimination of capitalism. Wow, we'll listen to that again. But see, I love this. This is a new tradition we have to start on the channel where I tell people to cut the shit, and then instead of whining and complaining, they pay me money. See, this is great. Most of the time when I tell people to cut the shit in the chat, they yell, they whine, they complain, they throw a hissy fit. Pete and Emily both gave me $5. I think this is great. If you're fucking around in my chat and I tell you to stop, just pay me $5. That's a much better way to handle it rather than whining and complaining. I appreciate that. Awesome. Thank you, Emily. I don't feel like it. I was unaware of difference in definitions you've been talking about. Would you ever make a long form lecture explaining the differences in definitions? Yes, I am working on an online dictionary. I'm also working on a print. I'm working on it. Okay, I'm working on it. I can only do so many things at once. Yes, the dictionary is coming. I appreciate the money. Thank you. In fact, I'm probably going to be working on the dictionary tonight. Fuck Israel. Like, fuck Israel right off. Like, let's just be clear about my opinion on Israel. Fuck Israel. Israel has caused a lot of fucking problems. I do not support Israel. I don't believe Americans should be supporting Israel. Fuck Israel. You're welcome to stay and learn about the left. But and again, I don't find any evidence that Jews actually funded this. There's no evidence at all. But fuck Israel. That's how I feel about it. You did give me $10. You did. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Let me get this other super chat. Thank you. Everyone should just send me $5, regardless of whether I've yelled at you or not. If you just showed up, hey, send $5. If you're just hanging out and you're enjoying the show, you might as well. I mean, Richard sent me $10. Look at that. Richard is putting some money. What's happening here is Richard is putting some money in the bank because Richard might be anticipating that eventually I'm going to yell at him. And when I do that, he's going to say, Karlyn, do you remember that time I gave you a $10 super chat when I hadn't done anything wrong? Now you can take my fee that I owe you out of the super chat I already paid you. That's what Richard is doing. He's putting some money in the bank because he's anticipating that I'm going to yell at him at some point, and he wants to be ahead of the curve. Carl, well, yeah, I mean, yeah, we can talk about that, but these are not traditional Marxists, so that argument doesn't work either. Yeah, Richard has credit now. Richard has 2 yelling vouchers now. I love this. Everyone is sending me money for not doing anything wrong. This is great. This is great. Excellent. I really appreciate this new system we've come up with. Awesome. Awesome. See, this is all I'm saying. Richard, welcome to the channel, Richard. We appreciate you. Yep. Thank you, Nick. Thank you. Yep. Okay, let's continue. Thank you for the money.
Body type, immigration status, occupation, or most other prescribed or chosen marginalized identities or conditions have the strongest desires and the strongest interests in seeing society fall, and therefore are quicker to take confrontational roles in the elimination of capitalism. Those who engage with the bashback
hang on. We skipped over the elimination of capitalism part. This is the best part. Okay? Listen, the goal of queer theory is the elimination of capitalism.
Is that people who are oppressed due to race, gender, body type, immigration status, occupation, or most other prescribed or chosen marginalized identities or conditions have the strongest desires and the strongest interests in seeing society fall, and therefore are quicker to take confrontational roles in the elimination of capitalism. Those who engaged with the bashback tendencies were witness to, and in some case took part in, riotous events.
Mizakan, oh my god, why is StreamYard being retarded? Mizakan has been trying to get me to show him my boobs for years, so you're in good company. So hey, I don't even have to take my clothes off. How great is that? I don't even have to take my clothes off. Am I familiar with Mark Pazio's idea of anarchism? I am not familiar with that. I would have to look that up, but thank you for the money.
When Bart caught Johannes Messerly, gunned down Oscar Grant in the cold blood. Radical queers were in the streets of Oakland and raising hell. In reference to the rowdy protests of the RNC, the bashback contingent in Chicago's Matthew Shepard March chanted, "We'll smash your windows," just like in St. Paul. Bashback, the tendency, the whatever, the organization formed just prior to the latest global economic crises as the wealth of nations disappeared. The
Thank
group of
you.
8, comprised of the 8 most wealthy nations, was overshadowed by the group of 20, made up of the 20 most wealthy nations in the world. Anti-capitalist radicals began to place more focus on G20 summits and the crisis of capitalism. Some of the largest actions taken by Bashback, with its hard anti-capitalist stance, centered around the resistance to global capitalism, specifically at the G20 summits. As part of the anti-capitalist demonstration against the G20 summit in Pittsburgh, Bashback led a violent riot in a notorious racist, misogynist, and anti-queer college neighborhood called Oakland, Pittsburgh. And actually, it's really funny that this riot happened in this neighborhood because radicals and queers in Pittsburgh have hated this neighborhood for years. It's kind of like this absolute cesspool of like racism, heterosexism, and just like, it's just despicable. Every single branch of the military has a recruiting office there. Carnegie Mellon's office.
Hang on. We got a super chat. You guys are sending in so many super chats, my computer is slowed to a halt. Richard, family-friendly version of OnlyFans. Let's go with that, so I don't have to take my clothes off. That'd be great. Tolkien fan, to all the new people, welcome. Karlyn's 4-hour crash course on her Substack is an awesome place to learn about the far left. Yeah, guys, if you go to my Substack, which is karlyn.substack.com, you'll find a link in the description of the video. Go to the How to Speak Socialist section at the top, and pinned to the top of the page, you will find the 4-hour masterclass. It's called How to Speak Socialist. You can also look for it on YouTube. I think I put it on Rumble too, but it's definitely on YouTube. And so just look How to Speak Socialist on my channel and you'll be able to find it. Thank you.
This is there develop weapons guidance systems that like lead drones to like slaughter innocent people in Afghanistan. Queer bashings happen almost every day there. It's home to every frat in the city. One of the most popular bars on the campus has this racist, that's owned by an open white supremacist, has this racist event every Wednesday called Wetback Wednesday.
Thanks, Jennifer.
Tacos for really cheap. It's just a
yeah, I might actually have enough for that mic.
Like
yeah,
racism,
maybe.
Militarism, and just downright tackiness. And it's important to contextualize that like this is the neighborhood where that riot unfolded. And like those specific institutions, like a university police station, Carnegie Mellon labs, the military recruitment offices, every corporation in the city that has a store there, like we're just totally decimated in this like insanely like destructive sequence that was part of a larger day of revolt. It's also important, and I think there's an interesting theoretical point that we can learn here, which is that while this was unfolding, some of the frat boys who lived in that neighborhood started calling the participants in the demonstration faggots and was like, fuck you, faggots. Which is, I mean, you have to give them some credit. It was bold considering it was a bunch of people wearing masks and holding hammers chanting, we're here, we're queer, we're going to fuck you up. But so it was daring on the part of these would-be queer bashers. But needless to say, like, they were maced, attacked, their attacks were rebutted. And so I think, to me, it like perfectly illustrates this point that's like continuous throughout Bashback, where you have like the personal and the political like rapidly oscillating and kind of like inverting, and like things go from being like, you know, very abstract to being very real, like in a matter of moments. And I don't know, I think a lot of the communicating in this section are really important. I would encourage people to read them. After that is a section called Building a Radical Queer or a Criminal Queer Culture, which focuses on some of the more cultural aspects of Bashback. It talks about some spaces that existed. In Chicago, there was a collective space called the Cunt Collective, which was a queer feminist space that was like associated with Bashback and like hosted all sorts of events and was like really important to the anarchist scene there. In Memphis, people opened a squat called the Marsha P. Johnson Center, which served as a squatted social center where runaway queer youth could live for free without having to like give over their information to the various like systems that kind of like dictate such infrastructure otherwise.
They opened a queer center in Memphis, Tennessee, guys. This is back in the 2000s. Memphis, Tennessee. Music, but music. Thank you. Haha, my apology. I've actually been watching you since 2020. I had to take a couple years break to focus on my PhD. Massive respect for your work. Hey, I understand that. Welcome back to the channel. You made it just in time for the crazy shit. Thank you. Friend of mine, getting a friend of mine a McCarthy was right shirt. Yeah, I got a bunch of McCarthy is right shirts in my store. They're cool shirts too. I love them. Guys, if you go to redmenacesupply.com or it's on wokeart.com, I think in the description, but both will get you there. Redmenacesupply.com is my merch store. I got a lot of cool merch in there. I'm going to do special limited edition shirts. There's all sorts of cool stuff coming. So make sure you follow along for that. And of course, purchase that out of there. Do go to support the work I'm doing. But the thing is that I just genuinely love all my merch. My merch is cool as fuck. I wear my t-shirts almost exclusively. My merch store is the best anti-communist merch store on the internet. And so I do limited editions and stuff like that. So pay attention when I release new designs and pick up some goodies and support the work I'm doing.
In Chicago, a series of parties were thrown called Glamour Queer Sextravaganzas, which were
Thanks,
always
Reagan.
fundraisers for queer projects and queer prisoners. Oftentimes, these parties would be broken up by the police. Oftentimes, police cars would be disabled in the process. In Seattle, there's a yearly event that happens around Pride that's an anti-corporate Pride event called Queers Fucking Queers, which is a street party that almost universally turns into a riot. So these things are kind of talked about in here. I'll encourage you to read them. The second to last section is called Aerial Attack Goes to Court, and this is really important because it deals with the court case of a person named Aerial Attack, who helped a lot with this book also and is like great and one of the most brilliant people I know. And she is a transgender anarchist who was living in Denver at the time and was arrested for smashing out the windows of the Democratic Party headquarters at a time when they were complicit in this like really transphobic legislation that was being passed. And so she smashed out all these windows. Another person allegedly did it too, but escaped. Ariel was arrested, refused to snitch on the person, refused to give the name over to the police. And anyways, we wanted to emphasize her court strategy because it's really interesting in that she used her queerness as a weapon against the judicial system, rather than trying to proclaim innocence, rather than trying to mask her actions. And I say her actions because she pled guilty, so we can talk about the fact that she actually did do it. But she made a huge spectacle of her court case, and she her support material were all pictures of her holding hammers that said "Hammer Time." There was a anarchist fashion blog in Denver, which every time she had a court appearance would do a new court outfit for her that emphasized gender fuckery and villainy, and just kind of emphasized her as this kind of queer anarchist supervillain. And basically every time she would go to court, it was such a disruptive kind of crazy spectacle that the DA ultimately, rather than wanting to take it to court, just gave her a really good deal where she didn't have to serve any jail time. Also in this section, we talk about another person who faced repression through because of their involvement with Bashback, a person named David Japanga, who was arrested at the riots I described in the previous section. He was the only person arrested during those riots, and thus, like, they pretty much threw the book at him. But he again took an uncompromising court strategy. He refused to name names. He refused to cooperate with the state, and as such, like.
Hang on, I want to speak to something Martha just said. What I don't understand is how comfortable these people are with violence. They're very comfortable with violence. They're very comfortable with violence. This book is called Queer Ultraviolence. Like, that is the title of the book. They see violence as a response to an oppressive capitalist system. They are very, 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 very comfortable with violence. They rile each other up over this stuff. And we're gonna start. And I've been saying this for a long time. I've been saying this ever since Trump got reelected. We are going to start to see more militant queer activism. I've been predicting this literally all year. And now we're starting to see the ramifications of it because these people are completely and totally comfortable with violence.
Served much less time than would have if he was less defiant. People also, like, whenever he would have a court date, people in other parts of Pittsburgh would carry out attacks against state infrastructure and bank infrastructure, kind of emphasizing that if people continue to fuck with David, that there would be repercussions for the state apparatuses, and this kind of helped in putting pressure on the DA to drop the charges. So the last section is called
In fact, hang on. This is one, I have this sitting on my desk. This is one of the stickers I got at the New York Anarchist Book Fair over the weekend. Riots work, no justice, no peace, we mean it. They hand out stickers announcing their intentions, guys. I got 2. I accidentally got 2, I think. Yeah. So they are very, 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 very comfortable with violence. What does this say? Stonewall was a riot against police brutality. This is a book that I bought in New York over the weekend. They talk about violence all the time when you actually read their literature.
Random shit that you should read anyways, which I guess speaks for itself. So I guess I kind of rushed through some of that because that's not the section that I compiled. My work in here was to compile the theory of the book, which comprises the second or the subsequent 150 pages. And I guess I want to start with a caveat, which is that by theory, I do not mean the academy. I'll read this. This is from a section called the real antisocial turn in queer theory. And it starts with a quote from Guy Debord in Society of the Spectacle. 123. The proletarian revolution is predicated entirely on the requirement that, for the first time, theory as the understanding of human practice be recognized and directly lived by the masses. This revolution demands that workers become dialecticians and inscribe their thought upon practice. It thus asks much more of its men without qualities than the bourgeois revolution ever asked of those men with qualifications that it enlisted to run things. It is thus the very evolution of class society into the spectacular organization of non-life that obliges the revolutionary project to become visibly what it always was in essence. 124. Revolutionary theory is now the sworn enemy of all revolutionary ideology, and it knows it. End quote. Those who keep up with current academic queer theory will surely be aware of the self-described antisocial turn in queer theory. It seems that the newest trend within the queer academy is to focus on queer negativity, to critique society, and to refuse traditional politics. At a time when society itself is falling apart, when unprecedented amounts of human beings are recognizing that they too have no future and are proceeding accordingly, we must call this academic trend by its nature, recuperation. Some moron tries basing his thesis on the queer riots at the G20. Judith Butler delivers a speech at a conference at the New School about queer anarchism, yet mentions nothing about the practice of queer anarchists. Jack Halberstam seeks to valorize the negative and trace the antisocial turn, yet only ever talks about Pixar films. A class at the University of California is called Criminal Queer, and yet the instructor denounces the activities of queer criminals on that very campus. One after another, queer academics line up to jump on the negativity bandwagon. Each appropriates the activity of insurgents towards the ends of strengthening their own careers. They take antisocial activity and use it to reproduce the academy as a central engine of society itself.
Sorry, I want to speak to what Sunrise is saying in the chat. Tegan, who is the person speaking, is not stupid. There's intellect in there. This is why there are so many conservative talking points about the right, about the left, that are just completely false. One of those talking points is they're stupid and lazy and mentally ill. These are not stupid people. These are not lazy people. These are not mentally ill people. These are people who have a completely different value set than you do. Their values are different. The way they see the world is different. They are incredibly smart. They are incredibly strategic. They are very intellectual. Education is at the focal point of what the far left does. They are constantly reading books and discussing those books and reading essays and manifestos and communiques and writing things on the internet. There is a massive, 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 massive amount of their literature that is all it's all available out in public. Anyone can see this. Dumb people, mentally ill people, they don't do the things that the left does. The left is highly organized. They are very, very consistent in what they're doing. And every single time someone says they're mentally ill, they're narcissistic, they're lazy, they're this, they're that, they don't have jobs, they are running cover for the left. Every single time the right dismisses the left as stupid or mentally ill or any of the other things, it's like they're not getting the problem that they have. And this is why the left is operating completely unopposed, because the right just dismisses this and doesn't look into it at all.
This is the ultimate treason. In theorizing about the activity of bashback, it is my ambition to demonstrate real queer assaults upon the social order. In doing so, this collection should clearly expose those for whom negativity and revolt are mere matters of image. The queer insurrection demands that each of us become a theoretician, but more importantly, it demands that the antisocial turn, the turn against society, remain in the streets. Our revolt and our theory must be inseparable from our daily life. Towards this end, bashback can be read as an attempt to expropriate queer theory from the academy and put it toward the service of queer revolt. To dynamite the distinction between theory and life.
What a quote. What a quote. What a quote about bashback. Hang on, listen, everyone pay attention.
The turn against society, remain in the streets. Our revolt and our theory must be inseparable from our daily life. Towards this end, bashback can be read as an attempt to expropriate queer theory from the academy and put it toward the service of queer revolt.
Bashback is an attempt to expropriate queer theory from the academy, take it back from the academics, and put it into our revolt against capitalist society. That is the goal of what this is. That is what militant queer activism is. It's about taking things out of the university and actually doing them in the streets. It's about taking the theory and living it in the real world and creating a vision for the world based on the theory. Does everyone understand this? This is why we listen to them, guys, because it's like you have to find them talking explicitly about what are they doing? How are they defining words? What are they planning? Stuff like that. Listen again. And basically, like he has spent the last several minutes just shitting on academics. He shitted on what was it, Halberstram? He shit on Judith Butler. He's saying these academics aren't doing this stuff. We need to take this stuff out of academia and actually do it in the streets. Listen again.
Academy as a central engine of society itself. This is the ultimate treason. In theorizing about the activity of bashback, it is my ambition to demonstrate real queer assaults upon the social order. In doing so, this collection should clearly expose those for whom negativity and revolt are mere matters of image. The queer insurrection demands that each of us become a theoretician, but more importantly, it demands that the antisocial turn, the turn against society, remain in the streets. Our revolt and our theory must be inseparable from our daily life. Towards this end, bashback can be read as an attempt to expropriate queer theory from the academy and put it toward the service of queer revolt. To dynamite the distinction between theory and life. For the sake of organizing this book, we split the text between essays and communiques, but to a large extent, this is a false dichotomy that doesn't accurately describe the activity of bashback, which can never fully recognize the distinction between its theorists and its combatants. Rather, it sought to queer this distinction and offer a praxis wherein theory is embodied in the very activity of those who theorize. A book that declares no future offers only words, yet a riot or a series of actions that declare the same demonstrates a step towards an insurgency. So with that caveat, I want to begin by talking about like how we imagine theory and the type of bodies that theory comes out of. The theory section is and the essays within it and then interviews are organized based on theory collectives and underground theory groups that published things through like clandestine channels, but like weren't formally engaged within the academy. These groups include a group that was called A Gang of Criminal Queers based out of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, which published texts such as Towards a Queer's Insurrection and
Mary Narney Gang.
Towards a Queer's Insurrection, a text called Horror Theory.
That's Mary Narney Gang.
Another text called What Is It to Become Beautiful? These texts were only really circulated in zine format, and like some of them were relatively popular, but others were kind of unpublished until this book was put together. There's a group called Gender Mutiny, which kind of described itself as nihilist queer theory, and published a text called Chronology of Genderfuck Insurrection, and also published a text called Preliminary Notes on Modes of Reproduction that really get into this idea of like identity and how it corresponds to revolt. There's a group called Not Your Sister Press, which emerged out of Bashback Chicago, and they do what they call insurrectionary transfeminist theory, focusing mostly as a critique of a kind of resurgent second wave feminism that existed within it.
So what Tegan is giving us right now are a list of things that we need to look into. So we already know about the Mary Narney Gang. We've already got that. But I want to go back and I want to look into what are the books that were published by this other press? What were the zines that were published by these other people around this time? Because that's how we're going to be able to find what they were talking about in this. So these are the types of golden nuggets that we get from these types of lectures, because they tell us, here are the people we're reading. Here are the people that are publishing the stuff that we like. And then we have to go look into those things and find them.
Anarchist milieus at the time. There's a journal called Pink and Black Attack, which was circulated out of the Pacific Northwest, which was kind of a news periodical that also had some theoretical debate, mostly having to do with the Bashback milieu. There was a group called Politics Is Not a Banana, or a publication called Politics Is Not a Banana by a group called the Institute for Experimental Freedom, which we take some from. And then there's some things which were just totally anonymous and were never associated with the full group. All of the groups that are named, I conducted interviews with, and those interviews are included here. And so those projects kind of speak for themselves. More of what I want to speak to are the theoretical questions that I use as a rubric when picking text to be included in the book. I guess I'll talk about some of those questions now. The first question is really the question of organization and what it means to actually like find one another and engage in a project together. And as I kind of articulated earlier, Bashback was this really queer form of organization in that sometimes it was a network, at other times it was a milieu, at times it was a social grouping, at times it was parties, at times it was riots, at times it was whoever.
Thanks, Nathan. I appreciate that.
And so we try to trace these different modes of organizing and show the successes and the failures of each one. And I think this is really important, especially in the context we're in now, where there's this unfolding social movement, specifically the Occupy movement, which probably will give way to other things. But I think it's useful to actually like reflect critically on the types of organization that we engage with. And specifically in the Bay Area, we're having this problem right now where over the past few years, there have been these huge explosions of riotous and subversive activity, first with the Oscar Grant Rebellion, then with the California student movement, and then with the now this kind of like Occupy Oakland phenomena. And the problem is that you have these explosions or these ruptures where like really radical things happen. Things that previously seemed impossible become possible. People make intense new relationships. People are changed through the process of their activity. And yet the organizational structures that people create to try to capture and like sustain these things fail universally. The Oscar Grant Coalition failed to continue the Oscar Grant Rebellion. The existence of Occupy Oakland as a formal body has failed to exist. The student groups that came out of the student movement all kind of devolved into the worst type of like sectarian nonsense. And so I think part of the project that I'm excited about, especially in criticizing the organizational forms within Bashback, are trying to locate the explosive and the subversive potential within certain forms, but then figuring out how to extend that potential, but being open-minded enough to discard of the forms when they're dead. And I think like what's happening right now across the country is that you have a lot of people who are energized through this Occupy movement, and are realizing maybe the limitations of a lot of the forms that came with that. And so I'm excited about this section because it really like gets into this idea of like what it means to like have your project be a project that's part of your life and that's sustainable and that is lifelong, but that is capable of like outliving the death of projects in the way that I think Bashing Back has outlived Bash Back. The second question that the book deals with is this question of violence. And to a huge extent, I'll make an argument throughout the book that there wasn't a question of violence and that for those who started the project, violence was a given. And the only question was how one responded to it. This has actually become, it was actually refreshing to reread the text in this book at a time when this Occupy movement was unfolding, specifically because of the really mystified and confused ideas that come with it, ideas that ignore entire histories of resistance, specifically queer resistance, that promote these certain mythologies about anti-colonial struggle and like how they actually happen, that really emphasize, for example, that anyone who steps outside of like
hang on. This is completely incorrect. I think the biggest driver of these young groups are economic problems. Nope. Nope. That's not what is driving this. To the left, capitalism is an economic model and it's a cultural model. To queer Marxists, the thing that is driving their consternation is the cultural model of capitalism, not the economic model of capitalism. Now, don't get it twisted. They don't like the economics of it either, but queer Marxists are primarily concerned with the cultural model, not the economic model. Nope, that's not true either. Guys, please stop doing this. If you are new to my work and you're new to participating in the chat, you are not going to win any points by making incorrect statements. What you need to do instead is ask questions. Are they more concerned with the economic model or the cultural model? That's a question. Making a statement just makes you look dumb because this is not correct. It is not correct that a lot of these people have no economic problems. They're fucking squatting in houses. Did you not hear earlier where they were literally talking about 40 of them squatting in a house? Do you think these are rich people? You're probably under the impression that these are all rich white kids. They're not. It's not that these are wealthy kids. But they have principles and they have values and they have things they believe so that they act in accordance with those principles.
A totally passive role is being
oh my
violent.
God. Do you know why you don't think that queer Marxists know what they want? Because you haven't stopped fucking talking the entire time in the chat. I'm just starting to think that queer Marxists have no idea what they even want. That is such a conservative bullshit talking point. Do you know what queer Marxists want? They want the abolition of the gender binary, the overthrow of the nuclear family, and the annihilation of capitalism, and they are very clear about it, and they talk about it all the fucking time. You don't know shit. Shut the fuck up. You don't know shit. I know a bunch of rich white liberals and they don't have economic problems, so that must be the same thing. You don't know shit about shit. If you actually knew queer Marxists, you would not be saying this because you would know that the goal of queer theory is to abolish capitalism via abolishing the gender binary and the nuclear family. And no, you don't know any of these people because you don't know this. So literally shut the fuck up. Okay, what's the definition of capitalism, Jack? What is the definition of capitalism, Jack? Let's see what you know. You know everything and I know nothing? Okay, what's the definition of capitalism? Go. This is only for Jack. No one else answer this question. What is the definition of capitalism? You know fucking everything? You're going to show us how much you know in the chat right now. If you give me any other thing in the chat other than, okay, what does that mean? What does that mean specifically? We're waiting. What does that mean? What does it mean? We're waiting. What does that mean? Do 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 do. Jack, we're waiting. What does private property ownership mean? We're waiting. We don't have all fucking day. You know everything and we know nothing. What does that mean? Do you know the answer to the question? You're welcome to say, I don't know if you don't know the answer to the question, but we're waiting. We're waiting. We're waiting a very long time for what should be actually a very simple answer. What does that mean? You trying to Google it? You trying to chat GPT it? You trying to look for the answer you think I want? Exactly. Exactly. So shut the fuck up. You don't know what you are talking about. This is exactly the point. Stop pretending that you know things that you have no idea about. You don't know basic 101 level information about the left. Therefore, you have nothing to teach me, bro. You have nothing to teach me. And I'll bet you have no idea how abolishing the gender binary relates to capitalism. And I bet you have no idea how abolishing the nuclear family relates to capitalism. Congratulations on admitting you don't know. That's actually better than we usually get. We usually get yelling and screaming and kicking and crying and all those things when people realize they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. It means your ability to own a home, your ability to own land, your ability to own an apartment rental that you rent out as a landlord, your ability to own intellectual property, your ability to own a business, whether that private business is big or small, and your parental rights over your kids. That is what private property means. It means bourgeois property ownership that allows the individual to maintain privatized, individualized wealth. That is what that means. So, you don't know queer Marxists. You don't know what queer Marxists believe. I'm glad we've got that established. Thank you. Let's continue.
And yet at the same time, when police officers on the UC Berkeley campus beat people with batons or attack people with pepper spray, I'm sure you're all familiar with the pepper spray cop meme, but when the police are violent, those in power will describe this as not violence, whereas when people resist, it's always described as violence. The chancellor of the University of California actually went so far as to say that it was not violent for police officers to beat students because they were doing their job. But it was violent for those students to link arms and try to protect one another from being beaten with batons because they were disobeying, and disobedience is fundamentally violence. And so when I say that there's not a question of violence in the book, it's actually kind of a way of stepping around the question of violence. I would contend that the discourse of violence is always wrapped up in power relations, and that those in power will always describe the activities of those who
listen. They're talking about their point of view on violence. Listen to this again.
Are violent. Those in power will describe this as not violence, whereas when people resist, it's always described as violence. The chancellor of the University of California actually went so far as to say that it was not violent for police officers to beat students because they were doing their job, but it was violent for those students to link arms and try to protect one another from being beaten with batons because they were disobeying, and disobedience is fundamentally violence. And so when I say that there's not a question of violence in the book, it's actually kind of a way of stepping around the question of violence. I would contend that
were the BLM organizers queer Marxists? They definitely believed in things that queer Marxists believe in. Are BLM funding queer Marxism? No. Guys, I'm really getting sick of having to say this. There is no big money behind these movements. There is no funding source you can cut off. There is no big money. They are funded via mutual aid. BLM is not funding queer Marxist activism. I understand why you asked the question. It's an interesting question to consider. I'm not trying to shit on you too much, but you really need to understand this is funded via small donations, via mutual aid, and maybe some other stuff that they sell. And maybe they have a membership organization where someone's throwing them $5 a month. But this does not have big money behind it.
the discourse of violence is always wrapped up in power relations, and that those in power will always describe the activities of those who resist as violent, whether those activities harm the body of another or not. And so I think to an extent the discourse is a bit silly, and will always kind of plays this game of defining what is violence.
There is no universe in which queer Marxist groups are going to take money from George Soros. There is no universe in which queer Marxist groups are going to take money from the government. Because they believe it's the capitalist state. There is no universe in which it would go against their entire political identity, guys. It would literally go against their entire political identity. So no, if they were offered big money, would they reject it on principle? Yeah, they would actually. They would not take it. I promise you.
What is not violent, but really the questions that we need to be asking are what is effective, what helps us to survive, what helps us to protect one another, what helps us to wage a campaign of vengeance against the institutions that immiserate us. And so, I don't know, I'm down to talk about violence, but I also to me, it's not as contentious as a topic, and so I'm going to move on. The third question that I really try to address is the question of identity and the role of identity in struggle, specifically queer identity in queer struggle. I'm just going to read, actually. It's a book talk, so I can read. The section is called Identity Crisis. As mentioned in the above section, after certain circles within Bashback had thoroughly rid themselves of liberal pacifist tendencies, future conflict was staged between militants or insurrectionists who differed in regard to the question of identity. Though the above conflicts over violence often played out in ways that were parallel to the discussions of identity, I'll concern myself here with those discussions of identity that take violence as a given. This will serve to illuminate a set of questions and conflicts that emerged as unique to Bashback. A way to view this conflict is to understand the partisans as, on the one hand, militants of identity politics, and on the other, anti-identitarians. One side takes identity as a given and a precondition that must shape our...
Okay, he's talking about the difference between the Democrats embracing identity politics and the queer militants saying we don't want anything to do with identity. Listen to this.
Concern myself here with those discussions of identity that take violence as a given. This will serve to illuminate a set of questions and conflicts that emerged as unique to Bashback. A way to view this conflict is to understand the partisans as, on the one hand, militants of identity politics, and on the other, anti-identitarians. One side takes identity as a given and a precondition that must shape our organizing and struggle. The other locates identity as the enemy itself. Positions within this conflict were not stable. Individuals and groups within the Bashback tendency could embody either of these positions or both at once. I'm going to avoid a lot of the specifics of these conflicts, as many of them need to remain abstract and others are not my stories to tell. Rather, I'll focus on the theoretical grounding of this confrontation, and we'll leave space for those who experienced it to locate themselves within this reading. This problem, the problem of identity, within Bashback is quite fitting insofar as it is a queer problem. Queerness itself is a contested territory, open to endless debate and critique. For a certain camp of people, queerness is a positive project with its own set of norms and communities. For others, queerness can only be conceived of negatively as that which fails or exceeds any set of norm laid down by any community. In this way, queer comes to be a catachresis, or a name wrongly given to that which cannot be named, a label given to that which cannot be labeled. Positions within Bashback took their starting point from any number of positions within this complex theoretical matrix. There is an argument to be made that one's position on the debate was often directly descendant from one's own political or anti-political background. Those who came to Bashback from gender studies tended to conduct themselves as the militant shock troops of whatever doctrine they picked up from their professors. Those enmeshed within anarchist circles tended to have a strong, if at times perhaps too harsh, aversion to identity-based analysis and struggle, focusing instead on locating points of conflict within identity itself. Those who came from established queer scenes brought with them a whole range of expectations in regard to people's behaviors and language, expectations that were often alien to those not familiar with such cliques. What is so queer about the set of conflicts at play within Bashback is that each of these positions was permeated with the other, and a wide array of perversions emerged. I'd like to offer a certain synthesis that emerged out of many of these conflicts that could prove beneficial for anarchists and other rebels in coming struggles. That means experience must be the basis of struggle. If we expect to engage in a material struggle against the capitalist social order, we must begin from the ways in which we experience that order ourselves. This means that those who share a set of experiences under capitalism will have a natural head start in forging alliances against society. This is the kernel of truth at the heart of identity politics, and yet sadly this kernel is obscured through layer upon layer of abstraction and mystification produced by identity politics and the nonprofit industrial complex. Any effort to build autonomous power based on one's position within and against society must begin by disillusioning itself of the baggage of identity politics. Here's a quick sketch of certain anti-identity politics that I distilled from the communiques and the theory anthology.
What did that say? That was actually really eloquent. Hang on. Listen again.
And mystification produced by identity politics and the nonprofit industrial complex. Any effort to build autonomous power based on one's position within and against society must begin by disillusioning itself of the baggage of identity politics.
It must begin by disillusioning itself of the bags of identity politics. The queer Marxists do not want identity politics, guys. They never have. They do not want identity to exist. Do I have a feel for the average age these people are indoctrinated? They're indoctrinated in school. It happens in school. They start indoctrinating kids to this when they're 5 years old. And this has been going on for a long time. This has been in the school systems for a long, 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 long time. And it's still in the school systems today. It is in the school systems in red states. It is, and don't believe any fucking governor like Ron DeSantis who tells you he got woke out of schools. Ron DeSantis absolutely did not get woke out of schools. It's all a fucking branding exercise. They're all still learning this shit. So they get indoctrinated into the schools. By the time they get into colleges, they've already had 12 years of indoctrination. And then it's really off to the races once they go to college, because in college, they get it even more. Comrade? they do call each other comrade, but it might just be, their names as well. I don't know.
Here's a quick sketch of certain anti-identity politics that I distilled from the communiques and the theory anthologized here. 1. Identity politics are always based on a flattening out of experience, making the critique of society abstract rather than lived. 2. Identity politics promotes cross-class alliances, thus offering those with more power, and thus an interest in the proliferation of those power relations, to silence the most marginalized within those alliances. 3. Identity politics are rooted in the ideology of victimization and thus celebrate and come to enforce the norms surrounding what activity.
This is a good question. See, Jennifer, it's a good thing we canceled the show because the show was supposed to start now and we're still answering questions, which is great. I love the questions. So if queer Marxists want to end the family, what would they put in place of it? For lack of a better term, is it more like swingers or some sort of open relationship? Queer Marxists are very, very, very into polyamory. This is not to say that everyone who practices polyamory is a queer Marxist, because that's just not true. There are a lot of people who practice polyamory that are not queer Marxists, but queer Marxists are very, 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 very into polyamory. And so, for example, there is a town about 45 minutes south of where I live called Somerville, Massachusetts. Somerville, Massachusetts, when you drive down the highway past Somerville, Massachusetts, there is a giant communist mural. I just posted a picture of this on my Twitter account the other day because I was driving by it and I took a picture. There is a giant fuck off communist Workers of the World Unite mural outside of Somerville, Massachusetts. I bring up Somerville, Massachusetts because Somerville, Massachusetts, it's the polyamory capital of the United States, to the point where they have actually passed non-discrimination laws against polyamorous couples. They've passed a law that says that companies in Somerville, Massachusetts have to provide insurance benefits to polyamorous couples in their fucking polycules. And so that and Somerville, Massachusetts is extremely fucking queer. Like all the stuff that you would expect to see. So polyamory is their answer to the nuclear family, essentially. Well, there won't be money in the Marxist utopia, so there's that. They won't have to worry about paying for anything because there's no money in the Marxist utopia. Guys, we'll do a talk about what the Marxist utopia looks like another day. I've done videos. You can search my channel. I've done videos about what the Marxist utopia looks like. I've written articles about what the Marxist utopia looks like. So I've talked about this before, but we'll talk about it another day, like specifically what their society looks like, because I do know it's just a little bit of a longer conversation and I want to finish this video.
People are allowed to or able to participate in. This plays out by reinforcing certain mythology about struggle. Example, the black bloc is only comprised of cis white.
You're being told to be quiet because you are in a classroom and you are not fucking listening. And the reason that you are not as educated on this area as you should be is because you are chatting about things that are not relevant to the fucking topic the entire fucking class. If you were in a classroom, would you sit there and talk to your neighbor about things that are not related to the class the entire fucking time? Because that's what you've done. This is a fucking classroom. This is not a normal internet chat. This is a classroom. I am the teacher in the class. You are the student in the class. You are the student who's been talking about something that has nothing to do with the rest of the class the entire fucking time. And then you're confused about why you don't understand the things that are being taught in the class. You don't understand the things because you are not listening. It's real simple.
White men, or oppressed people are incapable of certain strategies of revolt. 4. Identity politics are always based on the fallacy of coherent communities. Some French people somewhere once said that, quote, there are greater ethical differences within communities than between them. That is to say that those trapped within certain communities or identity structures often have less in common with one another than they do with those who they are purported to be opposed to. This fallacy thrives on abstraction of experience rather than an analysis of lived experience itself. A queer person in prison has more in common with their straight cellmate than with some scumbag gay senator, and yet the mythology of the queer community serves to suffocate enemies of society and subjugate them to their self-appointed representatives. 6. Identity politics are fundamentally reformist and seek to find a more favorable relationship between different subject positions rather than to abolish.
Yo! Identity politics are fundamentally reformist. We talked yesterday about how there's two types of politics on the left. There's reformers who want to work within the electoral system. There are revolutionaries. Okay, yes. Please fuck off. Please fuck off. See, this is called whining. We don't do that. Please fuck off. My God. See, I always know the people who are going to be trouble in the chat because it's like I've seen this happen so many times where someone's like, I don't know why, I just can't cause problems the entire time. Why are you so upset about me? And then they act like poor victims. They're like, well, I guess I'll just take my toys and go home then. Yes. Please fuck off. Please go back to Fox News. You're not smart enough to be here if you don't understand why I'm asking you to shut the fuck up. Anyway, what they just said is identity politics is fundamentally reformist. That means queer Marxists are revolutionaries. Reformism is wanting to work within the electoral system. Revolutionaries typically oppose reformism. So that's what they're saying. They're like, this is fundamentally a reformist idea. Puh.
Serves to suffocate enemies of society and subjugate them to their self-appointed representatives. 6. Identity politics are fundamentally reformist and seek to find a more favorable relationship between different subject positions rather than to abolish the structures that produce those positions from the beginning. Identity politicians oppose classism while being content to leave class society intact. Any resistance to society must foreground the destruction of the subjectifying processes which reproduce society daily and must destroy the institutions and practices that racialize and engender bodies within the social order. And lastly, identity politics are deployed by, inherently refer to, always valorize, and are in and of themselves the state. So taking this analysis to heart, Bashback could be seen as an attempt to forge a resistance practice of lived experience outside the logic of identity politics. Though not authored by participants in Bashback, I'll include a section from a text by anarcho-feminists.
Again, that was pretty on the nose, wasn't it? Listen.
Bashback could be seen as an attempt to forge a resistance practice of lived experience outside the logic of identity politics.
Bashback could be seen to form a resistance practice of lived experience outside the logic of identity politics. So they're flat out saying, we don't want identity politics.
Though not authored by participants in Bashback, I'll include a section from a text by anarcho-feminists in San Francisco entitled, quote, Anarcho-Feminists Take to the Streets. This piece, published concurrently with the identity crisis of Bashback, offers an outstanding and unique way to conceptualize patriarchy and resistance to it. To quote, ironically, despite our critiques and sometimes hatreds of identity politics, we find ourselves coming together around a somewhat loose identity. We are some people who no longer want to be victims of gender tyranny and misogyny. Within this grouping, we are hoping to circumvent, to a certain extent, our gender and what that means for us when we are living our lives in this man's world, so that we might gain some insight as to what it might look like to not have gender dynamics influence every interaction. We come together to fight for a reality where the
He's talking about the abolition of the gender binary. Anytime you hear the patriarchy is a reference to the gender binary. And they're saying, what would it be like to live outside of this oppressive system of gender?
Identities of man, woman, and trans are logical impossibilities. I'll follow, end quote. I'll follow the authors of the anarcho-feminist communique as they understand themselves to be unified in their desires and dispositions rather than their identities. Without reference to a shared or stable subject, the authors of this piece offer a starting point for the construction of an anti-essentialist, anti-identitarian force to combat patriarchy. In the context of the reemergence of second-wave feminism within insurrectionary anarchist and communist circles, this way of thinking is quite beautiful and refreshing. It offers a roadmap to how we might build the type of war machine that can destroy gender. This is why I do not conceive of Bashback as being rooted in queer identity, but rather I understand it to be an experiment in building an offensive constellation of queer positions. We are the people who aim to destroy the social order from which we've been excluded. We are the people seeking to end our imprisonment. We are the people who hate gendered capitalism and heteronormativity. Our position is hyper-attuned to our lived experiences, our understanding of our...
We hate gender, capitalism, and I think heteronormativity. We are people who hate gendered capitalism and heteronormativity. Pretty on the nose. Again, when you listen to them, they tell you exactly what they think.
Positions. We are the people.
He's not referring to second wave feminism. This is not about feminism. These people, typically queer Marxists, don't like feminists. Yeah, this is something I've thought about. This is more complicated than you think, though. But maybe it's kind of maybe on the list for maybe sometime, but not anytime in the near future. Listen again.
To be an experiment in building an offensive constellation of queer positions. We are the people who aim to destroy the social order from which we've been excluded. We are the people seeking to end our imprisonment. We are the people who hate gendered capitalism and heteronormativity.
We are the people who hate gendered capitalism and heteronormativity. Why is gender so oppressive to them? Simply because it's part of the existing system. They believe that gender are socially constructed categories based on capitalism that are designed to be fundamentally oppressive. What is offensive to them is that it is created by capitalism and it is fundamentally oppressive because it keeps them in a box. That's what it is. They do not believe that gender is real. They don't believe that gender is biological. They believe that gender is a made-up category. When did gender become heteronormative? Listen, if you want to get really into the weird shit, listen, if you really want to get into the weird shit, they believe that okay. I hesitate to even tell you this because you might not be ready to handle this piece of information. When you get into the really weird queer Marxist shit, you're going to find things that are called, that basically say that capitalism was created in ancient Sumeria, and that in order to abolish capitalism, we have to abolish everything all the way back to ancient Sumeria, and we need to go back and be hunter-gatherers. And so they believe that this has been this way for a long-ass time, and it's really weird. And we've read their stuff before. Yup. This is we're talking about Against the Gender Nightmare. Yup. They want to abolish everything. Yes. Yeah. So I'm telling you, this stuff gets really fucking weird. Listen, if you are new, I fucking told you guys when I said I was going to do a deep dive into queer Marxism, everyone, no one took me seriously. I said, are you guys sure you want to learn about queer Marxism? And everyone on Twitter was like, yeah, we need to learn about queer Marxism. And then I was like, are you really sure you want to learn about queer Marxism though? And everyone was like, yeah, Karlyn, teach us about queer Marxism. And I was like, once you start learning queer Marxism, you can never go back. It's all over after you start learning queer Marxism. And you guys didn't believe me, okay? We are scratching the surface of the weird shit that I'm going to show you in this ideology. We are at the very beginning of this journey. All right. You guys want to know why you guys want to know why I have been driven insane? Do you know how much of this shit that I've read? There are no furries. Furries are not a queer Marxist thing. I actually was going to do a podcast about this. Furries are not queer Marxists. Yeah, okay. Don't fucking start with the Anunnaki. Don't start. Don't fucking start, BT. Okay? Yeah, we'll teach you guys about the Leviathan another day, all right? Let's just finish this. We have 15 more minutes. I don't want anyone to freak out about the whole abolish existence category of queer Marxism. Let's just finish this.
Our position is hyper-attuned to our lived experiences. Our understanding of ourselves and our position names our enemies in and of itself. And so while outsider perspectives may only be able to understand Bashback through the logic of identity, I understand it as a series of experiments toward...
No. Furries are not involved in this. I know you guys think furries are involved in this because the shooter had a trans boyfriend that was apparently a furry. Furries are not related to queer Marxism. This is what I try to keep telling you guys. This whole Charlie Kirk shooter thing, he is not a queer Marxist. Furry has nothing to do with this. And listen, they like a lot of weird sex shit. I've listened to BDSM lectures in reference to queer Marxism. I have listened to lectures about people tying each other up with rope. I have listened to lectures about bootlicking related to queer Marxism. I have listened to lectures related to leather and whipping people and putting needles in people related to queer Marxism. I have literally never once, not one time, come across a furry lecture in relation to queer Marxism. Furry is a completely different category. It has nothing to do with this at all. This is part of the reason that I say that fucking Charlie Kirk shooter and his boyfriend or whatever the fuck was going on there, they're not queer Marxists. It is not the same thing. It's all fucking related to Curly. It's all related to it. We're not BT. I keep telling you, can we please not? Can we not do the Kabbalah thing right now? Can we not? We're not going down that road right now.
Those identities undoing. In the same way that the Oscar Grant riots in Oakland, California created unlikely alliances against the racial order, so too did Bashback result in a sequence of material attacks against all the subject positions within the heteronormative identity matrix. Many who began their engagement with the project found themselves seduced by its way of war. Straight comrades found themselves destroying gender alongside gender freaks of all stripes. Many even found themselves unburdened of their previous subjective attachments.
Hang on. I'm sorry. I have to point this out. He's talking about straight comrades fighting alongside queer Marxists, okay? He's saying straight comrades were trying to destroy gender too, because being queer has nothing to do with being gay or trans. He's telling you straight comrades are queer Marxists too. Listen.
Result in a sequence of material attacks against all the subject positions within the heteronormative identity matrix. Many who began their engagement with the project found themselves seduced by its way of war. Straight comrades found themselves destroying gender alongside gender freaks of all stripes. Many even found themselves unburdened of their previous subjective attachment to straightness. Queers and all those assigned victim at birth engage in a practice of refusing victimization, and in doing so refuse the foundational principle of their role in this gendered society. Insurrectionary theory tells us that an insurrectionary process is based on attack and experimentation to open up a way towards society's undoing. Queer theory tells us that queering is a verb, a process which eternally problematizes and undoes normative roles. I'll locate Bashback at the intersection of these processes and understand them to be one and the same. So I guess that's a lot of words to really just say that I think that like talking about identity can't be a simple point. Like it has to be something that we understand and have the most on-point analysis of if we're going to engage in struggle. Where I live in the Bay Area is, to me, the biggest example of how state-oriented identity politics are the absolute enemy of resistance struggles. Some good examples would be that SFPD, which murders people all the time, including most recently a person named Kenneth Harding, is constantly shooting people, is constantly attacking sex workers, is constantly imprisoning queer people, is constantly imprisoning people of color. SFPD recently released an It Gets Better video, along with all the other politicians and celebrities who did so. And in it, each of the officers talks about their coming out story. They talk about how horrible it was to grow up queer, wherever they were from. And then they talk about how they came out and now their lives are perfect. And they're police officers, and they never thought that they would be able to be police officers. But now, you know, they get to be, and everyone loves them, and they have wonderful lives. And they're paid hundreds of thousands of dollars a year in overtime to shoot and murder brown people in the Bay Area. And in it, they urge people to, you know, to just keep going, that it gets better, and that if it doesn't get better, and until it gets better, you can call the police and they'll be there to help you. And so to me, this is like a really poignant example of the kind of recuperative capacity of identity politics. Another example would be the way in which rebels in California, specifically Black people in California who revolted against the police after the murder of Oscar Grant, were described by the state, specifically by the city council and also by the police department, as being fucked up privileged white people. The media, for example, would talk about these privileged white people engaging in riots, and then would show pictures of Black people like resisting the police and smashing windows and looting. And so it's a way in which the identity politics becomes a way in which the resistance of oppressed people it becomes a way of erasing their resistance, of obscuring their resistance, and ultimately of putting it down. In Oakland, for example, some of the biggest people who have been trying to stop the more revolutionary elements of the Oscar Grant riots, of the student movement, and now of the Occupy movement is a coalition that literally calls itself the Vanguard, which is a group of identity-based nonprofits that literally, like, we know this because like people go to their meetings. They have meetings where representatives from all of the nonprofits come together and talk about how they can take over, like literally in their words, take over these social movements, and how they can gain control of them and make them into recruitment drives for the nonprofits and make them into things that they can use to get more funding. And their strategy is to do this through the lens of identity politics. Another great example is you have the mayor of Oakland, who authorized the violent repression of Occupy Oakland and authorized Alameda County sheriffs and OPD to shoot people and gas them and put them in cages and torture them in those cages, talking about how the reason people were rioting is because they're racist, because she's a person of color and therefore they don't like her leadership. And that's the reason that people are resisting, not because their homes are foreclosed on, not because they're attacked on a daily basis by the racist police, not because of any of the reasons why poor people and people of color and exploited people of all stripes are revolting in Oakland. And so, I don't know. I think that it's hard to say how some of these problematics are going to play out, but I think that it's a question that we have to have at the forefront of our theory and our activity. And the way we have to go about this is to just have a better analysis of gender and a better analysis of race and a better analysis of all forms of oppression in a way that can't be captured by the state, can't be used by the police, can't be used by the capitalist institutions, by the nonprofits. And I think this means like theorizing about identity a lot. And I think it means going to the questions that are hard to talk about and the ugly questions. And I'm excited to present a lot of the essays in this because they talk about that from that perspective. And I think that Bashback has a really interesting perspective that I want to share. So there's also the question of the academy, which I kind of read from, so I don't feel like I need to cover that much more at length. But the last question to talk about is this question of politics, of what it means to engage in politics, what it means to participate in projects. I'll start by pointing out an author who is really useful to my way of thinking about this, who actually is going on a tour around the country right now. I'm not sure if she's spoken here yet, but her name is Selma James, and she's an autonomous feminist who was really active in the 70s and is still active. But she was among a group of radical women in the 70s theorizing this idea of like women's autonomy and autonomous Marxist feminism. And she's going on a tour right now, which is interesting because her theories from the 70s are wonderful and amazing and are like super useful and on point. But now she's kind of become she's a little bit of a wingnut now. people at a recent talk asked her about, like, you know, she talks a lot about gender, but they asked her what she thought of trans people, and she wasn't really aware that transgender people existed. And she's like one of the main names in feminism. It's kind of shocking. She talked about, for example, how like Hugo Chavez's government is wonderful and is the most uncorruptible government in the world. And she described Israeli people as diabolical, which has all sorts of really messed up implications. But anyway, so she has this, like, she's totally a wingnut now, and I actually wouldn't recommend going to her talk if she comes here. But I do recommend that you read 2 things by her. One is a pamphlet called Sex, Race, Class, and the other is an introduction she wrote to a text called The Power of Women and the Subversion of Community.
I'm not reacting. I just saw something on Twitter. HG Tudor did a video talking about Follow the Narcissist covering Charlie Kirk's assassination, and it was retweeted by Carrie Smith. I wonder what that video is about. What did HG Tudor have to say about the narcissist covering Charlie Kirk's assassination? Has HG Tudor finally stopped being a massive pussy? We'll have to watch that tomorrow. We're not watching it tonight, but we'll have to, why the fuck is Carrie retweeting that? Why the fuck is Carrie Smith retweeting HG Tudor? Has HG Tudor not figured out that Carrie Smith is a psycho? Well, he probably likes that, though. Carrie Smith is very easy to control for him. We'll have to watch that tomorrow and shit talk HG Tudor a little bit. I think that'll be fun.
An Italian autonomous feminist named Maria Rosa Della Costa.
If you don't know who it is, don't worry about it.
In the introduction to the
Friday. You're right, Reagan.
Really
Friday.
Beautiful dialectic thinking about politics, where she says that within the women's movement in the 70s, there were 2 types of ways of being part of the women's movement. On the one hand, there are what she calls, in a somewhat transphobic way, the Marxist men in drag, who were the women who just like towed the party line, and that was it. And then there were the women, who focus on women's issues, but yet never connected them to a revolutionary struggle. And so I like this dialectic because it sets up for me a real problem within queer theory too, that you have either people engaged in resistance who happen to be queer, but that is kind of like ignored and is not a central part of this like critique of society on the part of their comrades, or you have people who focus on queer issues, but that like those issues become reformist in and of themselves and are disconnected from a revolutionary struggle. And so I like this way of thinking because what James does in trying to set up this dialectic is she tries to look for a way outside of that, a way that takes gender as not an issue, but as a central category of capitalism, and looks at how gendered relationships reproduce.
Gender is a central category of capitalism. Did everyone just hear that? I know it looks like I'm on my phone on Twitter, but I have reflexes like a hawk, okay? I'm a professional. Listen again.
Outside of that, a way that takes gender as not an issue, but as a central category of capitalism.
Gender is not an issue. Gender is a central category of capitalism. This is what they believe. Their ideas are incredibly consistent. You just have to know what to listen for. If they cannot abolish capitalism without abolishing gender. Gender is a socially constructed category based on capitalism. You have to get rid of gender in order to get rid of capitalism. Everyone understand?
And looks at how gendered relationships reproduce every other aspect of the capitalist mode of production.
Oh, yeah?
And so in doing so...
And look at how gendered relationships produce every aspect of the capitalist mode of production. By gendered relationships, they mean the nuclear family. The nuclear family is the social reproduction mechanism of capitalism. If you abolish gender, you abolish the nuclear family. If you keep gender, the gender supports the nuclear family reproducing capitalism. Does everyone understand? Are these the same people who discuss decoupling pregnancy from women's bodies? Yes. Exactly. Yes. These are exactly the same people. Okay, again.
I like this way of thinking because what James does in trying to set up this dialectic is she tries to look for a way outside of that, a way that takes gender as not an issue, but as a central category of capitalism, and looks at how gendered relationships reproduce every other aspect of the capitalist mode of production.
So they keep moving everything to being the center. Everything is related to capitalism. Yes, this is what I'm trying to tell you. They keep moving everything to being at the center of capitalism, therefore the center of their constant war, therefore making this the giant endless problem. Yeah, basically. Every single thing the left talks about is related to capitalism for them. They believe capitalism created racism, capitalism created climate change, capitalism created gender, capitalism created oppression for queer people, capitalism created oppression for fat people, capitalism created, what other problems do we have? Capitalism created the problem with people not being able to get health care. Capitalism created the problem with people not being able to heat their homes during the winter. Capitalism created food deserts. They believe capitalism creates all crime. They believe capitalism is literally the source of every problem. Are they anti-natalist? I mean, I don't know about that. Capitalism created borders. Borders are a function of capitalism. You know why they're attacking ICE right now? Because they don't want borders to exist, because borders are the enforcement mechanism of capitalism. Once you understand that literally every single thing the left talks about is related back to capitalism in some way, then you just need to figure out, how is it related back to capitalism?
And so in doing so, she tries to look for something where the struggle of women is central to overthrowing capitalism, and it takes all of their issues as like a main revolutionary project.
Oh, yeah?
And so for James and for Della Costa and for Silvia Federici and for this whole world of autonomous feminists, this meant analyzing the role of housewives in Italy and elsewhere, and talking about how their specific position within capitalism had revolutionary potential. They used the language of talking about levers, about how like we all can find the exact point within our own lives where we actually have subversive revolutionary potential to overthrow the existing order. And this isn't just an issue, and this isn't something to be dealt with after the revolution. And it's like this central task is to look at our position and figure out like how we relate to class society within that, and then find how that allows us to struggle. A lot of people make a mistake, a lot of people who are really into Selma James make a mistake of taking her ideas and then just trying to blanket apply them to our situation, which obviously is wrong. I'm not going to foreclose on the possibility that people in this room are housewives, but I feel like it's unlikely that like their analysis of the role of housewives through the 50s and the 70s in Italy really has that much to do with, I mean, it definitely doesn't have that much to do with my lived experience. And for queer people in general, it is, I mean, it just doesn't necessarily match up, specifically because,
do you guys remember that person at the beginning of the stream that was saying, Andy No is just making a joke? Do you guys remember that? Do you guys remember that? Guess who tweeted about that person? Guess who that person was that was like, Andy No was just making a joke? It was fucking Poetry Painter. That was a Poetry Painter account. All right, now we know. Poetry Painter, for people who don't know, Poetry Painter is a 500-pound shut-in that stalks literally everything I do. And they make accounts all the time to come into the chats to cause problems. And then they post about my live streams on the internet because Poetry Painter is sitting on her fat fucking ass right now watching my live stream on the internet. And she's specifically posting about her part in the live stream. No, we'll show them another day.
They talk about women being excluded from the factory and excluded from the labor pool, and thus being relegated to the home and the nuclear family. And I think to a huge extent, the condition of queer people is a double exclusion from traditional forms of labor and from traditional forms of labor organizing, but then also from the family. I mean, how many of us actually like live with our nuclear families or could go back to live with our nuclear families if we needed to? I mean, it's absurd. And so I'm interested in critiquing the conclusions that came to by the autonomous feminists, but taking their methodology and applying it to our activity. I want to like ask the question of what are the specifics of queer life within capitalism? How are we exploited and excluded? And what positions of attack does that give us? What modes of organizing can we use? And so to me, it's really important that this methodology of autonomy is a break from traditional politics and is a break from activism. I think that people can forge alliances, and I think people can struggle along one another. It can find commonality in their struggle, but I kind of refuse this activist idea that we act for other people. I think that we have to act for like the social bodies that we're a part of, and then draw connections of struggle with the people who are also struggling and who are struggling against the same people as us. And so for me, I want to escape the dialectic that is set up by Selma James through her methodology. But I want to actually look at like, what is our position? And I think that as the crisis of capitalism unfolds and as it gets worse, I don't think any of us are under any delusions that the crisis is going away. I think that we need to look at what is the position of exploited people. And I think this means that we have to discard of a lot of old models. It means that we have to discard of unions that only serve to like maintain the most privileged elements of the middle class. And it means that we need to look outside of these like old forms of organizing and specifically look at what are our needs and how can we accomplish them through our own autonomous activity. I really like looking into the history of ACT UP. There's a militant and often forgotten in ACT UP that involved
the ACT UP movement inspired Bashback. You don't say. Remember, we talked yesterday about how the ACT UP movement that happened in the late 80s and the early 90s was specifically the thing that Bashback evolved out of later. And now you have one of the people that was involved in Bashback saying, hey, I really like thinking about the ACT UP movement and going back to the ACT UP movement because this was the inspiration. This was the evolution of militant queer activism.
Our own autonomous activity. I really like looking into the history of ACT UP. There's a militant and often forgotten tendency within ACT UP that involved people looting and stealing AIDS drugs and distributing them to people who were denied them. That involves robbing banks and using them to fund people buying AIDS drugs for people who couldn't afford them. One of the major characteristics of the crisis in California right now, in Georgia, and actually 12 states across the country right now, is that ADAP, the AIDS Drug Assistance Program, is being totally devastated and all funding is cut. So for people who are reliant on that program for their very survival, this is a death sentence on the part of the state. And so one of the questions posed by this theory of queer autonomy is, in response to the crisis, how will queer people struggle, and how will anyone with HIV struggle to meet our needs and like survive, and how will we make sure that our loved ones survive? That's a question. As a kind of like rampant reactionary tendency emerges where like the family is reasserted as how people survive and get through the hard times, with it comes the heteronormative ideology that leads to queer bashing, that leads to our exclusion. And so if our needs cannot be met through this safety net of the family that so many people are turning to in rampant unemployment, we'll have to create our own forms of providing for one another. To me, this goes back to the Star House, which is the Street Transaction Revolutionary House founded by Marsha P. Johnson, where trans street workers got together and like took care of their needs collectively. To me, this is also related to the Marsha P. Johnson Squad, opened by Bashback Memphis. To me, this means that we'll have to. To me, it's related to the reason that the exploited youth in London, in Philadelphia, in Milwaukee, in Florida, go into large stores and distribution centers and collectively take things. It's why anytime there's a revolt on the part of the excluded in this country, the LA riots being a huge example, that looting is a huge part of it. It's to me, it's this fact that like those of us who are totally excluded from the means to reproduce ourselves and take care of ourselves through the formal economy, then also excluded from the family structures that people rely on when they are excluded from that economy, that we'll have to develop means of struggling. We'll have to occupy buildings. We'll have to take things. We'll have to, when we need to eat, we'll have to find ways of getting food. When we need drugs, we need ways of getting them. When we need a place to be safe, we'll need to create shelter. And to me, these are the kind of like tactics or modes that get outside of a political framework, but instead like are rooted in our daily experience. I think sex workers will need to organize collectively to defend themselves against Johns. I think people will need to organize self-defense trainings. I think people will need to distribute self-defense implements in the way that Bashback did. I think we might have to go back to this idea of house culture, where exploited queer youth like get together and form crews or gangs or houses. I think there's an infinite number of ways that we'll have to obstruct the economy that excludes us attack and defend ourselves against the state and the queer bashers who attack us, and that we'll have to provide means for our own survival. I think that this has to come outside of traditional activism. I think this has to come out of reliance on the state. I think it can't come from the nonprofit industrial complex. And thus that leaves us with the answer of autonomy, that it has to come from us, it has to come from our activity. And so, yeah, I guess I'll end there because I think it's a question rather than an answer. And I feel like I don't have any answers. I have some.
It's over. It's over. We're done. We're done. We made it. We made it. Congratulations to everyone who made it until the very end. This was a very long stream. There was a lot of questions in this stream. I want to thank everyone for asking some great questions. Obviously, we are not doing Dis and Rage tonight. I want to thank Jennifer for being flexible in that. It looks like Jennifer is wanting to meet in the supporter Discord. So if you're in my supporter Discord because you're a member of my Substack, go hang out with Jennifer. But congratulations to everyone who made it till the end of the stream. I'm done. I'm done. I have nothing else to say. Guys, I will be back tomorrow at 5 p.m. Eastern time, and we'll do it all over again, and we will watch something new, and we'll read some crazy shit, and I will introduce you to more weird shit, and you guys are going to love it. You guys are going to love it. You guys are going to love getting introduced to all the weird shit I have to show you. Listen, can I ask real quick before we wrap up, how are the new people feeling? If you've just discovered this in the last couple days, like I've already... For people who, let me put the comments back on the screen. I need to figure out this mic issue too, because this is like really not comfortable for me. But how are the new people feeling if you've just discovered that queer Marxism is a thing in like the last 2 days, and now I've basically dumped 2 days straight of a massive amount of queer Marxist content on you? You guys holding up okay? I know I yell, I know I can be intimidating, but I do know that this drives people insane. So yeah, you're having an existential crisis. Your brain is split. Yeah, okay. Yep. Okay. If you feel overwhelmed by the amount of queer Marxism that I forced you to listen to over the last 2 days, you know you're exactly where you should be. And you're among friends and everyone else is overwhelmed as well. And this is what happens when you first discover this. And there's a lot more to show you guys. And it's really crazy. And yeah. Okay. Everyone's holding up though. You guys are into it though, right? It's like, now you guys have seen it. Now you guys have seen the left is not the bullshit you see on libs of TikTok. The left, Fox News has never shown you this shit. Steven Crowder has never shown you this shit. The Daily Wire has never shown you this shit. The Blaze, Glenn Beck, Dave Rubin, they have never shown you this shit. And yet it's been going on the entire time. Really think about this. Every conservative influencer abdicated their responsibility to inform you guys of what was going on. This has been going on for decades and decades and decades and decades and decades, and people have no idea. They have no idea. Thank you, BT. Thank you. Oh, hey, gosh darn it. Thank you, BT. It's a lot. It's a lot. You guys are taking it a lot. Listen, you're troopers. You are some troopers for the last couple days. It really is. But you guys are hinging into reality and you guys are seeing the truth, and it's not coming from me. I'm not making any of this up. I'm literally just showing you. I'm your tour guide on this. I'm bringing you on a tour around queer history, and I'm like, look at this crazy shit and look at that crazy shit. Oh wait, there's more crazy shit over there. Oh wow, wait till you get to the anti-civilization talk. We'll get there at some point. I'm not going to do an anti-civilization talk yet because that's the really crazy stuff. But I got a lot of stuff to show you guys. We've started scratching the surface. You feel like the Southern accent? Yeah. The Southern accent will come out at some point. All right. That's all I got, guys. I'm going to go cry or something. Hey, 2 ladies gifting 5 channel memberships on the way out the door. Let's see who got a membership. Russell got a member. Oh God. You know what? Hang on. We should do fat studies this week. Should we do fat studies? I'll rewatch that fat liberation talk we watched over the summer. I'll introduce you guys to fat studies this week. That's really, you know what? You think you've seen the craziest shit? You guys, we'll read a fat study zine. Do you guys know there are entire zines dedicated just to fat porn? Do you guys know that? Do you guys have any idea? I will show you things you cannot unsee. Let's see who got those memberships. Hang on. We got Russell got a membership. Master Shake got a membership. I don't know if he deserves it. Brown Barbaloo got a membership. Joshua got one. CB got one. Congratulations to everyone who got a channel membership there from 2 ladies. Wait till you guys see the fat studies zines. You guys are gonna like freak the fuck out. If you have time, how does queer Marxism go mainstream, or is it's already mainstream, bro? Like, it's more mainstream than you think it is. It is taught in the public schools, but this stuff is all very mainstream. And the reason I say that is once you start seeing this stuff, you'll start seeing it everywhere. Somerville, Massachusetts is a city built on queer Marxism. Like, literally. So it is already out there in culture, and it's more people. Someone asked earlier in the chat, they said, Karlyn, how many queer Marxists are there? How many of these people are there? There's a lot. There's a lot more than you think. This is a big problem. And we can laugh and we can talk about how crazy it is and how all of our minds are blown and all of that. But this is a big problem, and I'm really glad you guys are seeing it. And now once you see it, you have to go tell other people. So go tell other people to come watch my content and stop listening to those stupid fucking bullshit influencers on Twitter who say I'm crazy. I'm not crazy. I'm just showing you the receipts. All right. So I'm going to go cry now. I'm going to go smoke a bowl and cry. I'll see you guys tomorrow. All right. Go hang out with Jennifer in the supporter Discord if you're in the supporter Discord. If you're not in there, get in there sometime this week. Join my Substack. And I'll see you guys tomorrow.
How are you feeling? How long have you been here?
3 months, May 17th.
And what brought you?
That's difficult to answer. influence my thinking and consequently my action.
What is it you're trying to do with your life?
Play the piano for people.
I'm not clear. How is it that playing the piano for people has eventually resulted in your being here in the hospital?
That's difficult to answer.